problems on the 8 car, but because we are flying as well. But yeah, just hope the best for everyone on track, and yeah, hope we will cross the finish line.
Thibault, we'll let you get back
My
to
car
watching
Star
the
Wars.
race and biting your fingernails. Have a great time. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me in.
Thibault Larue there, R8G Markham director for the 888 Ferrari, which leads the class in GTE. Andonovski behind the wheel of that one, 2 minutes to the good over BMW Team Redline.
Absolutely fantastic. The team that did win back at Monza.
Wait, sorry, two things.
24-hour Le Mans Virtual last season. So that just goes to show you the steps they've been making. I'm pretty sure that they do have the youngest driver lineup on the grid. They've been known to, throughout the season, bring some really young drivers through. And that young talent
Bro looks really disheveled. Come on, man.
Why they were chosen, as you were.
This is what happens when you wash your hair and go to sleep in it.
That 888 team, the R8G
I got like
team,
calm down.
I'm sure, as he's not in the car, Romain Grosjean himself might even be watching on now and crossing his fingers.
Hunt and kill, Weizke. No mercy anymore.
Incredibly interesting, the interplay between these drivers, how they're chosen. Scott Andrews, for example, a driver who's moved between.
If you don't hunt, I'm going to leak the TeamSpeak details, all right?
Work in Europe and in IMSA in LMP3 cars, and now finds himself really as one of the better pro drivers in sim racing. And then
oh god, stop saying
that's
looking rough.
What happened was I recovered to like 10th. We were like
and get them working
I think like 35 seconds ahead of P11. And then on the in lap I got murdered by an LMP2.
Oh, what a legend.
You know, based off drivers
so that was the story of my 3 hours.
So that nothing. So basically, it ended up being like a wash. Like it was for nothing. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yes, exactly. We started like a minute behind.
That's
always to 30 seconds in front, then ended up a minute behind people. Like, the fuck is this?
That's always the best thing. We've been like 3 hours of work and then nothing.
So it must be just the task
well, we know.
of a lifetime
11th,
to try to assemble
how far behind?
Huge number
10? 50 seconds.
50 seconds, yeah.
Esports drivers.
Wait, did Max's car DC?
Team to take on this challenge, including their character,
are we ahead of them?
Their ability behind the wheel, their setup, their knowledge of the simulation.
Have we done it again, chat?
A real job in itself.
How do you put
this must feel like deja vu for us. The exact same scenario as last year.
Have we done it again on
Which
raw
means we have to come
talent
back
and pace?
Third time's charm.
Not only the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, but an 8 hours of Bahrain, a 4 hours of Monza, a 6 hours of Spa, a Sebring 500, then a 24 hours of Le Mans.
Oh, we're not ahead yet.
End of that.
The clickbait will now return.
It's the pressure as well. I mean, so much of this business of esports motorsport is about the pressure of the driver sitting in the sim rig and how they react to that pressure without making those errors. We've had the leader of the race.
So basically, we're not going to get a decent result here unless someone retires. Well, we're not going to get a decent result at all now. But he went on to. Did he rant about RF2? Does anyone have that?
Andonovski are expecting to cede the seat of that 888 Ferrari because he's been in that a very long time indeed.
That doesn't help.
Pretty well known to all, I would say. Top level pro taking over the number 2 Redline.
Picking that up, I mean, it's not just the pressure as you mentioned, it's the challenge of getting in and racing against those drivers and just racing them like you would anyone else, I guess, isn't it? You're racing Max
Ender, you little shit. Don't you try that on me, Ender, alright?
Yeah, Bruno Spengler,
don't you try that shit on me, Ender.
The list just goes on and on. We could talk about the amount of drivers on that professional list and the amount of titles between them. You know, we've got Porsche Super Cup races in there, Le Mans winners in there,
Praga Cup winners
in there as well. And it's all, of course, being broadcast around the world as well. So putting all that together and trying to pick a team, that's that's a really impossible task.
Well, they've got 2 feet like anyone else.
Jimmy, the speed you have against Max is unparalleled. You've won the 2023 Formula 1 World Championship.
It's just easy, Hamish, mate. It's just easy.
In an endurance car.
It doesn't say the name above the car, kind of thing.
The amount of times a driver who in my younger career, a driver who I thought who had tremendous
Wonder if he'll come back.
Sebastian Bourdais or similar.
Wonder there'll be a next year event of this.
Hey man,
Oh, there is. I know the event sort of.
Move down to
Unfortunately, hasn't been the smoothest this year, but.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm glad
name another event where you have this roster.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast. You don't know who you're racing.
I'm sure the roster could exist elsewhere, but
it's
at the moment
about,
it doesn't.
It's all about
it's just
making your own name in this game, and esports are no different. When you get out there,
have I slept? I got 5.5 hours, I think. A bit less than that.
If you include the steering wheel, and you've got to get out there and do the business. And if you start being afraid of the names you're racing, well, that's a very quick way to the back.
Yeah. 100%.
They'll be afraid of the Broadbent.
Watch the number 86. Those of you who are with us for the highlights a little earlier would have seen this is a car that has been in trouble throughout the race, has found itself.
Don't worry, he always looks like a train wreck when he wakes up. Chat, why?
86.
Come on, man.
Esports car makes its way down towards.
I got self-esteem
now, as we are about to come up to take over another lap. Well,
I got feelings.
Moves. That's because you've done a lot of laps round here. Why don't you take us round another one from the commentary box?
So this is the 86. Various strife throughout the race for this car, and heading then down 280.
I'll log on to the stream.
On the brakes, get it down
and chat's just like, you fucking ugly bastard. Come back when you've woken up.
Third and fourth. We'll be back down to third for the Forest S's.
The roof this is actually looking a bit better.
Just before the turn,
it stopped raining, so there's no water in there now.
The accuracy needs to come. 240 km/h entry, only 20 km/h shaved off with the brake pedal through the middle of Tetra Rouge, and the car heads out onto the Mulsanne Straight, passing a little bit of traffic as they head down towards chicane 1.
That's one thing we've always prided ourselves on at DHR. If Matt doesn't want to race anymore, that's his prerogative. I'm not going to tell him you can't do that or not. But the way I see it, even when we've been dicked around in the past by things like disconnects or or things have gone wrong for us, like our sort of unofficial motto at DHR is that just go around. Just go around. Keep driving. You've entered the race to finish it, so finish it.
Down to chicane 2. It's a little later braking zone. Gentle throttle. Try and stay out of the throttle if you can.
Beautiful disaster. I'll take that.
Of the second chicane. Try and roll the car if possible.
On that note, BRB, I need a beautiful disaster.
Throttle we put in tends to push the car a little bit too wide. Now we're working through the traffic. Have to squeeze the car if we can up the inside before the apex. Miss that first apex of Mulsanne corner and roll it through the second. Then it's the gentle throttle application. Bit of a swapper on the throttle to deal with on that nasty curb, bumpy curb through the exit of Mulsanne corner. You've got what's going on behind you in the right-hand screen. Your way through these kings towards Indianapolis. Now I'm just expecting a lift of the throttle on the way in. Not even that, or is it? Yes, it is. A big lift, and it blends into a brake for the second part of Indianapolis. A bit twitchy on the exit as well. Another nice braking effort. Big old peak. We were a little bit late with the 86 GR car, and we're late on the throttle as well as we head out of Arnage. We're assessing the traffic ahead. One LMP car shouldn't be catching anything in the Porsche curbs. We'll be up to 6th and then down to 5th using all the roads and a little bit more on the entry. We're a little wide again through the first part of the Porsche curves. Is it going to force us to lift through the second part? No, it's not. Can stay almost flat and give ourselves the maximum road to play with. Just to lift and go through the karting S's, lifting again through the off camber left. I think that's the trickiest corner on the racetrack as we pound through Corvette. The fiddly section, big peak of braking to get that load moved across. Then try and stay out of the throttle if you can. Place the car nicely and hammer these last two curbs. First man to full throttle is the man who will take the exit speed across the line. And it is a technical racetrack set over 13.6 kilometers. Such a challenge for drivers to get right over and over again, particularly those big braking zones, which change so much as the track moves from hot to cold, wet to dry, and night to day.
And that's a fantastic insight, and thanks a lot for that. It just shows us doing that over and over throughout the amount of stints these guys do. A minimum of 4 hours is a huge challenge in itself, let alone when you might be 4 or 5 wide going up to the Porsche curves, for example. It's a hugely demanding circuit, very unique, and it's why we all come here every year, both virtually and in June for the 24-hour of Le Mans virtual and the 24-hour of Le Mans as well. This year in particular for the Centenary, which is going to be a huge event.
Yeah, Centenary of the first edition of the 24 Hours Le Mans. It's not the 100th Le Mans, should make that clear. Yeah. Missed a few years here and there with some difficult world events that will be coming up in a few years' time. It is the Centenary, the 100th anniversary of the first edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Watching that car we were on board with as it rounds the second chicane, and they continue on their way. The 86 GR Esports car sits in 18th position, and they're pursuing the Yasheet Veloce car over 17th. Glisten behind the wheel of that box behind the GR Esports sim rig, and the Peugeot Esports team, who we've been dropping in on, sit behind, although they're a long way
I was
back
tempted to send it into bed, I'm not going to laugh.
Earlier on in the race.
We're seeing some great laps going from Porsche Coanda. I know we've said that one.
I said not going to laugh, I'm not going to lie. If I said not going to laugh, I think my brain is broken, boys.
Similar things now, 4 seconds back from James Baldwin, doing a good job so far in his stint.
Centenary. Yeah, I always thought it was stuff like that. But then again, I'm dyslexic, so don't listen to me.
Andrews 35 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Colombo. That's a gap that we are going to have to monitor as
I just watched the Max clip. It's actually fairly tame, and he does kind of raise some good points
on the circuit
in it.
I think the off-camber direction change between the two S's of karting are probably one of the harder. I mean, there are a lot of very technical sections of the racetrack. One of the hardest
Max got DC'd twice and didn't get his laps back. Called the race a clown show. He uninstalled and said we won't run the race again if it's on RF again.
It's on Twitch. It's on the Redline Twitch channel.
But now
we are not fighting the car behind, right?
Within track limits, and it's
not
a big,
for,
nasty,
not for
bumpy
position.
curb. That being said, so yeah,
what number is it?
The racetrack with a car
I'm checking
under
for
a
you.
lot of downforce load, and have to get it absolutely right. There's also it's also a deceptively long run. You don't get the feel for it because
I think Patrick,
right
because these guys have been doing this whole championships, they've put like
and you're already
I don't know how many hours.
As a reminder to turn off TTS. Good luck on that next stint.
Thank you,
Watching from the States.
I'll have to do that.
As in, not racing them.
But yeah, they've been trying to. They've been in contention for this championship over the course of 5 months.
So technical.
The 5 months of, effort
horrible, snappy, messy oversteer,
which is a long time.
Going wide
and then when
attacking the apexes.
If something goes wrong, I'd also be fairly frustrated.
86 car, the GR Esports car.
So I can kind of, you know,
a little bit further up the
and
road,
yeah, and
we have seen
it's so difficult when you're like a driver in that situation, because you just end up like feeling like you're not being listened to.
And down the line now, we are joined by driver and team manager Jesper Pedersen.
On my screen it said has left and stored car in garage.
The commentary box here. Great to have
they're ahead of
joining us. Running in 7th place currently. I know it's been a little bit
like
difficult throughout this race at times, but a great recovery so far.
I'm just trying to find text to
into the top 7. How are you happy with how things are going so far?
Hi Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long race for us, really. We've been so on.
Text-to-speech will return after my stint later on, boys.
It already started in qualifying on Friday with a P17. We got blocked on all three laps, so we started really far down. Got the car back to P5 in the first few stints, and was actually on pace with the leaders, which was great. But then I disconnected from the server. Lost a lot of time. Then we had the
I do have a Reddit page. I just don't really like interact with it much. I'm really bad at like being a creator. I think my brain gets a little bit just ruined by everybody. There's too much stuff going on all the time, you know.
Just a matter of making home in peace.
And you've just jumped out the car. Of course, we're getting towards the end.
Thank you, Exterion.
Tell us how the stints
are
for you
as
a driver at this stage of the race.
Right now, it's a mental game to keep.
Ibatska's hunting. She's willed that car to go into the garage using her racing instinct, gaining positions easily.
We might not have the car right now, but
you'll have to see it.
To do the best job we can and try and attack, so we don't do those stupid mistakes. So right now it's...
I guess the disconnect we can see rejoin now.
And how is it having the challenge of being both a driver and a team manager as well, having to look after the team? I imagine it's hard to switch off and give yourself
I want that top 10, damn it.
In the race, having to oversee things.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of work.
We are at least again in
throughout
the top 10 for a little bit.
I'm mostly only a driver.
Yeah.
I have the engineers doing all the, obviously the engineering stuff, but also the team managing stuff, contacting race directors if needed and all that. So I can mostly focus on the driving itself, so that's great.
Look, I know you mentioned this about getting to the end now, but looking back, you know, through the season, winning a race back at Bahrain, second in the championship, overall you must be very proud of what you've achieved as a team so far this season.
Shall I read the comments on the Le Mans virtual post saying that Max is retired?
But I think obviously the season started on really high, winning the Bahrain race, leading the championship. But from there on, we really had an unlucky season, picking up several drive-throughs, disconnects, whatever. And into this race, we still found ourselves P2 in the championship. So I think it really showed
basically
that,
what I expected it to be.
Didn't have the luck.
And tell us a little bit about the 24-hour Le Mans virtual for people watching who maybe have never competed in a 24-hour race before, like myself. What are the biggest challenges as a driver for that?
I think that the main thing is we are not under physical pressure from a car or anything. Of course, we are maybe pressing 60 kilos on the brake every time we hit the brakes, but
I think
it's not that physical, so it's much more a mental game. And
any die-hard fans of any driver are a bit contentious. Fortunately, the more famous you are, the more those people are going to be following you.
Laps. So in the virtual world, it's a lot closer between drivers, and we really have to be on the limit all the time, and that's really hard mentally.
I don't know. I'm not sure they're going to let me in the broadcast now.
Jasper, Alex Brundle from the Virtual Le Mans Combox. You've been on the podium here in 2022.
Does he just uninstall it?
Without something pretty serious happening, you're not going to be able to achieve that this year, but it's still been a great run for you through the championship and through the race. Will you be back to join us next year and have another go at this?
I think we have some redemption to do. We had pole in the first event, first Le Mans Virtual.
Guys, if you go to my Twitter very shortly.
Last year, getting into Le Mans, in the P3 in the championship, and now we have.
Yeah, if you go to my my Twitter, you're going to see the greatest achievement that I've had so far.
You've got Ben Viscal behind the wheel for you now. What's the plan
In fact, you know what? I'm going to show you.
How much is he going to do? Will you get back in again before the end of the race?
Yes, I won't spoil too much. It's not like we're in a position to do anything, but we might beat it towards the end. But Ben, he will do a few stints, and I will be back in the car.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and well done on a good run, Jesper Pedersen of Floyd Van Wall Burst, the number 4.
Sometimes you have to do it to him, you know.
Thank you to Jesper Pedersen, a very, very familiar face to us here at the Le Mans Virtual Series. Has pretty much been racing in it since we began back in.
So I have to do the. Let's go live than live.
Redline is another team that has done similar things. Lorenzo Colombo out for them, someone who raced in the Formula Renault Euro Cup, went on to FIA Formula 3, but is now turned to racing in the world of the Endurance Championship. World Endurance Championship is where Lorenzo Colombo is these days, so this is more familiar territory for him. Just 3 seconds back from Bruno Spengler, so he's just come out of the pit lane. We'll see if that gap.
It's not based on his internet.
That's a pretty good gap for
RF2
use 6.3 if you wanted to.
He's caught Spengler significantly then, or
likes to for people out.
Maybe we're still going through a pit stop cycle, so somewhere.
How many laps does bikes gonna have, chat?
Colombo's taken a decent chunk of time out of Spengler because he was more than 10 seconds back when those two jumped in the car. So good work from Colombo, or indeed.
But if you do want to see that Max Rage clip, it's exclamation mark Max in the.
Scott Andrews has now taken over
in the chat
R8G esports car, which leads the race. Spengler's been in for a while, as has Colombo. Stevenson in the Oracle Red Bull Racing. They are 254 laps up, so they're basically the whole final sector behind the top 3, but still somewhat in the hunt. We're following on with James Baldwin, GT driver, world fastest gamer, 2022 Autosport Esports Driver of the Year. He's on board in the bottom right-hand corner. He's in person in the top right-hand corner, and he's on board on the main screen, and he's sideways in turn 1.
Fantastic analysis, all through one corner.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Chris.
He's going to be looking in his mirrors as well, I think, because 2.7 behind.
It's a talent, Charles, mate.
I think he's caught himself on the monitor there.
Yeah, Dane Warren in the Porsche Coanda car. Who is trying
Baldwin, give us a wave. Baldwin, give us a wave.
So, we've got 2 battles to keep an eye on in the top 5 positions in both classes for second in the GTE and the one you are looking at on screen, which is for 4th. And this is great what we get when we do something like the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can see the reactions to the drivers. This is something you don't get when we race in the World
Matt, I don't know, mate. It's the gift that keeps on giving, you know.
James Baldwin there doing a fantastic. We getting to see his reactions live is absolutely fantastic, along with all these angles.
Yeah, focus, calmness, and then a little bit of tiredness of all of these drivers maximising.
My hands are like, I've got like blisters on my hands. I have office worker hands, so any sort of mild effort just destroys them.
Entrenched, so competent in sim.
No,
racing.
I'm not tired at all. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Let's have a listen in. Yeah, team over our ears have spotted that it does sound like fuel saving. That lower of the rev tone early for Mulsanne corner indicates that he's lifting out of the throttle a little bit early, trying to save some fuel. He is missing a bit of speed to the car behind. He was 8/10 slower than the Porsche Coanda 23 that's pursuing him last time around, and a little bit slower, about a similar amount slower to the Coanda ahead. So maybe trying to make a strategy work here, James Baldwin. Getting out of the throttle a little bit early to try and save himself a bit of gas.
He's just over 60 seconds, albeit 70 back from Felix Rosenqvist. He's, let's see, around 25 back from Sami Matti Trojan in second.
Maybe that's... I don't want to ruin the bandana, chat. I do have a band. I have the golden bird bandana. I know where it is. But I don't want to wear it. I don't want to get it sweaty.
If they need a podium here, they've got to go.
It has to remain blessed.
Try and take an extra lap. They will
but I do have. Where's it gone? Oh, I did have
a partial stint that they might be.
There's a Le Mans hat somewhere.
At the end of this race, and then have sent James
I guess maybe I don't.
to try and achieve that. It doesn't seem like a lot of fuel saving though to me. They may only need a lap or so. That's about, you know, 0.1.
Maybe I should wear this.
To get a bit more back through Le Mans because it's such a long lap. Let's have a listen to him as he heads down into turn 1. Just going off board there, but James Baldwin certainly was getting out of the throttle a little bit early down to Mulsanne corners. They're an outlier, aren't they? As we see Trojan pitting in the Williams Esports. That's who they've been battling with for kind of most of the last few hours of the race. 63 versus 53 has been the target. The Trojan's been a little faster.
What is going on here?
If Baldwin can go a little longer.
Breakfast!
Now Lorenzo Colombo is just 3/10 back from Bruno Spengler. I think a change incoming. Make that change just happened in GTE for P2. So Lorenzo Colombo puts that car into second place. BMW Team Redline move up the position. There is the Marla car, the number 10 car.
Oh! Chat, it barely fits. Yeah, ow! It's so, look how tight it is. Look at this hat, it's getting stretched. This is not made for gamers. Ow! Look what it's doing to the, it's caused wrinkles. That's not aging.
Female racer has done a lot of time in the Richard Mille racing car, put in a lot of great stints.
How many laps, Weizke?
The World Endurance Championship now finds
5.5
in the Marla car, and
I'm ready.
Job indeed. One of two.
Now squish your brain. This hat, luckily, has contained my brain.
24 hours virtual. 2 BMWs, nose to tail then, and this is Colombo.
Oh, time to get naked.
Definitely faster, and he has caught Spengler in the other BMW. Redline then versus BS competition. Colombo versus Spengler as they head down towards Mulsanne corner. And Spengler is going to be a very difficult man indeed to outfox. So much experience behind the rig. And he didn't need to outfox him because it wasn't a battle, basically. Spengler, after you. Let's be kind to each other. There's still 4 hours, 14 minutes to go, but I will take your toe. Thank you very much. Bruno Spengler thinking better of that one. He knows how quickly Lorenzo Colombo has caught him and decides to continue on with his race with the benefit of a little hole in the air.
Yeah, there we go. So we're looking back from Colombo at Spengler, the man with multiple years experience and titles to his belt. And they had swapped and swapped back round, but that time Spengler was more than happy to pull aside and open the door for Colombo to go through at Mulsanne.
Interesting technique. You hear them off the throttle there on the way into Indy for so long. Driving the BMW is so interesting, the technique to get out of the throttle, and they're really letting the car
interesting,
roll,
is it?
Through the mid-corner on the way in. And can take in a tremendous amount of speed. Back on the other story we've been covering, the number 63, and James Baldwin has rejoined the pace somewhat of the cars around him.
I have water.
A few tenths faster last time around than the Porsche Coanda just up the road, so maybe got himself back.
Try and rickroll the main broadcast. I don't know, man.
And is now,
how we do that? We can't do it.
More. Could be that he just overpushed slightly in the first stage of that stint rather than necessarily trying to do anything
I have an idea.
Too dramatic with strategy. He's in the hunt for a podium position here, but still, or perhaps then reacting to Warren behind in the 23 co-anda car as well. They've realised that they're going to lose the position if he continues.
Right, does anyone have?
Fuel.
I need to go to my Discord quick.
Capable, of course, of delivering the speed, and so has decided to try to maybe ditch that fuel saving for a sec and get the 63 up the road.
I imagine an easy thing to do, particularly at this stage. When we're 4 hours and 12 minutes.
If anyone, has anyone in stream live chat?
Reach of fighting for a second.
Okay, right. I'm gonna have to
first to overcook it on the fuel when you get out there in the car for the first bit of your stint, maybe.
Something really easy to do when you're being pursued.
So
straight out
here's
of
the idea, right? We're gonna play this.
Another car straight out of the pit lane, and you think, I'll get this battle done.
This is Max having some rage.
And then you end up so far out, and of course, fuel is cumulative. Not only do you have to get back to the number, so you have to change your technique to move back to the number you should have been hitting, but even worse, because fuel is finite, you know, it doesn't emanate from the vehicle. It's in a tank in the back.
You're gonna have to.
The numbers
you have to be part of this, all right? You have to be part of this.
And so you can get yourself in a horrible cycle. Eventually, of course, you arrive at the point where pretty much whatever you do, you can't finish the stint or the number of laps that you need to do. And that's when,
if I post this somewhere, you have to interact with it and be like, oh man, I can't believe he said that. This is the only way it's going to work. All right, it's the only way it's going to work. So, guys, someone, thank you for the there's the Max link. Good.
That is just a quick insight out to how tricky Le Mans can be at any time in this race.
I'll give you a second.
It's just one of several factors.
I don't want to show off my porn folder.
The management of the tyre, the changing ambient condition, the
group
of drivers you have out on track, and they all join together to build your experience.
I can't believe
in a race like this
that Max said this.
One can lead to the other, and there's a method of driving.
Damn it, that's my fucking that's not right.
That's a puzzle piece.
I need my actual link. Guys, someone rickroll me. I need my actual link. Why does it do this?
At the moment, you've got to use the information around you and adapt.
I just want to
driving these endurance cars
copy.
Is all about the one benefit you have, the one thing.
Just that. Let's try again.
Gonna do it. A little bit of time.
Okay, now we've got it. Now we've got it.
What you're gonna do next? Yeah. You know, on a couple of runs down the Mulsanne.
I can't believe Max said this.
The fuel's doing that. I reckon if I lift X and steer Y, then I can manage this situation.
There you go, chat. Now you've got to go interact with that and be like, oh my god, I can't believe he said that. This is how we're going to spread it, all right? I cannot believe he said that.
To make the car work.
James Baldwin
6.35
should come into the pit lane now. AMG Team Petronas in. And that releases.
We do a little trolling, chat.
Who was just about to start a battle with Baldwin, and that has now stopped that. So Dane Warren, we can see now to the top right of screen, and we have on board with him and James Baldwin into the pits. So
we just passed Max. There it is. Skill. It's hard being this base.
And I think if you're Dane Warren there, that must have been a pleasant sight to see Baldwin peel off.
Exit of east corner, I would do the first red light.
Into a clear track.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. I do think Baldwin might be slightly early there. We'll have to check out the strategy. But we've got someone joining us in the box in a few moments' time, so they'll have a fresh hit on the strategies. It'll be interesting to see if Baldwin actually had to pit early and therefore decided to push as a result, or got himself back on fuel and then.
Yeah, I should probably get my my stuff in the sort of right place.
In any case, the AMG Petronas.
Can't believe you said that, man.
Has come in and peels back out again in 6th place, 20 seconds back from the Williams Esports AMG entry that they've been battling.
It's hard being such an absolute degenerate, you know.
March ahead of that towards the front of the field in the 36 car. Still all to play for, really. Rosenquist is
my feet out, though.
Quite well in hand with decent-ish pace at the front of the field in the number 2. 25.4 last time around, was a bit out of sync with what everybody else has been doing. A mid-24, by the way, is a lap time now in an LMP car in these particular track conditions, and that's sort of approaching the
Shall I enter the server?
The faster times we've seen on track, isn't it, throughout the race? The post happy hour, there's a lot of rubber. You can visibly see the graphic delivering the rubber out on track.
Copy, boss.
Is developed, and
wait, I need to do that.
Trying to use that to good effect.
This is your battle for 5th in GTE.
Why is it there?
Project 1 chasing
why is it there?
Maranello, Krippner chasing down Malguera. Let's see if Team Redline have come in, which will be good news to the likes of James Baldwin for AMG Team Control.
Right, say goodbye to the commentary for now. I don't, right, I mean, you can't ban Max for saying that, you know. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about, exclamation mark Max.
By the way, Byteska, did the settings stay the same even when I joined? After I changed it.
What do you mean?
When I changed TC for you.
No, it went back to default.
Oh wait, I forgot. I was meant to do it from the game being off.
Brake bias worked, but TC went back to default.
Lovely game.
What am I doing with my entire life chat? Who am I? When am I? Why am I? I'm just having, don't worry, I'm just having a small... You know what I can't get out of my fucking head now? That guy kept posting Bing chilling in my goddamn chat, and now all I can say to myself is that, like, that keeps getting said in my head.
6.36 still. So you can use the engine a bit more for the remaining 3 laps.
Yep.
Also, you gained 2 seconds on the guy in front last lap.
Nice. My penalty points are at 60.
Not as nice. I don't really know, like, in what context it's in my mind, but it's there and I can't get rid.
Don't worry, we can manage it for the last 2 hours anyway.
Oh man. Looks dead. Do you know why I look dead?
My god, who the hell is that?
Going side by side through there.
The one on the right was the guy that killed me before.
Well, at least we're okay.
Kirif posted a video of roasting the 24 hours of them on virtual. That's all that guy does, man. He's not part of anything interesting. So he just posts about it all the time. Why don't I get invites to these events? Oh, it's because I fucking shit on everything all the time. He posted a similar video about like Gran Turismo being like GT fucked up in a massive way, and then his opinion was super middling. It was like, if you're gonna walk in and you're gonna have the hot take, have the hot take.
remember to put 94 liters and also select Jimmy.
Yep.
Okay. The thing is, like, I understand this event. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I find it difficult coming the event, but like, it's such a shame that what's happened has happened, and we've had these disconnects, and people are getting kicked, and you know, it's taken Max out of the race as well, because Max is a massive draw for this race. I just hope that this time maybe something changes. I don't know. We say it's every year, don't we? I mean, I understand that some details got leaked. I think I myself leaked the TeamSpeak details. We have randos joining, just from not being careful enough on stream. But the DCs and stuff, and the fact that it's now mysteriously it's not raining at all for the rest of the race, makes me think there's just something not right. I don't know. This game peaked in like 2015. Well, you think about it, right? The reason why I try and like go down the middle is because we're all sim racing fans, right? Or mostly anyway. Some of you just like seeing suffering, which is also sim racing. And we want events like this to happen and succeed, right? I'm not saying that that frees them from any sort of blame, far from it. But at the same time, you can't just go for the F1 fan that Drive to Survive reaction face thumbnail and immediately just be like, oh my god, I can't believe this, I am so angry. But take a step back for a minute. Stuff does need changing. I don't know how RF2 works. I just know that they don't know how it works. But to be honest, Bar, I mean, I'm not here. I don't do RF2 for the entire year until this event, so I don't really keep up with what's going on. But I compete because I like the race. I like them on. I think the idea is amazing. And last year it wasn't too bad. And hell, if the event moved to iRacing, I would do it there as well. 100%. I ain't trying to tell you it's all fine. I'm just trying to tell you, think about, like, what can make this better instead of... Yeah.
Please don't put the Reno Jibber.
Thank you, Split. Well, I tried to be, mate. Actually, no, I don't try to be. That's a lie. I tried to be just not a degenerate, which I fail at a lot of the time. But I do think this does need looking at, you know. I don't know whose job it is to like scrutinize this stuff. I try and be as honest as I can with it in my like streams and whatnot on my videos, but people don't listen to me. They shouldn't either. Thank you, Rev. Copy. I am fucking gassed to get back in the car, chat. I am officially gassed. What is up, Gas Gang? It is your boy. And today I all-rule drive swapped and K-swapped my mum's Metro. Let's drag race against a GTR. I actually watched Jamie, so you know. I think at this point, just RF free, you know what I mean? R factor free. That's what I think needs to happen. Okay, well, yeah, don't worry, I'll make sure I'm being chilling.
Please, no punterino.
Wait, did they retweet it? Thank you, Mr. Ridley. The hair is achieved by a combination of like not washing it and sleeping. I agree. I agree. You do need to have a platform that can accommodate the event. Chat, we've done it. Hello, Michael. Blame Chloe. Michael, Chloe says she's going to take you out and buy you all the ice cream you want. Alright, so make sure you hold her to that. How is the car? Is it back to being sketch or?
Similar as in the night.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, I don't think so, DGM. I don't think so, man. I just think... I think when it comes to, and this is someone who's driven both for a very long time, I'm trying to be as impartial as possible. I don't have a stake in either. I've never been sponsored by either or any of that. Although iRacing did basically give me a free loaded account for streaming purposes, so you could keep that in your head when I'm saying what I'm saying. But I'm really making an effort not to to be subjective. But in my history of doing endurance races, I used to do a lot of endurance races in RF2. Like, you'd have some sort of weird issue pretty much every race in RF2 online. iRacing, not as much. Chat, are you ready? God, my arms are fucked. I'm hoping that I don't just fall over here. My brain's not on yet. Are you ready?
Are we P10 or P11?
We are P10.
Oh.
So Jimmy, you have to do 6.25 fuel usage.
Easy, mate.
Doing a double stint now, and the only thing you will have to monitor when you exit the pits is you will have to manually put it back to 94 liters.
I thought I was doing
For some reason we have a pit bug.
I thought I was doing a single.
You cut out.
I thought I was doing a single stint.
No, it's a double.
Ow! Oh, my frame rate is atrocious.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Well, rip my entire life, I guess. It's always been a single wonder. Why are they doing this to me, man? My frame rate is awful. Why? Too much Bing chilling, yeah. Can you see it on your stream, or just on my end? Look at chat. What does the chat say? Chat says eyes on road wanker. Okay. Yeah, the frame rate is bad. Am I focused?
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
No, I used to play iRacing with 30 FPS. I've been to the jungle. And I've returned. This is nothing. Porsche curves are going to be spicy though. This is horrible. My frame rate is all over the place. I have no idea why. It is drivable. Guys, be really positive about RF2 and maybe it will start being nice to me again. It's not working, chat. I think it knows. I think it knows we're not being, you're not being sincere. I love how the team's response to me complaining about frame rate was just like, cool, did not ask. maybe they didn't hear me. The sound is kind of vacuum cleanery. It's that efficient Germanness, you know. Oh my god, so many prototypes. Sake. A Peugeot again. I think I'm actually being caught by some lappers. That ain't good. Guessing where the apex is because there's a car in it and I can't see. Yeah, I do see a set of GTE headlights in the background there. They're coming to get me. Too early. How long have I been doing a goddamn double for? Damn it. I think it is right. I should be doing 5 stints, but I was so excited to do my 1 stint then relax. And now I'm just... Bad driver. I'm getting like absolutely just the GTE behind me is just catching me so quick. Jimmy, you're driving to the end, mate. And I've got my door closed. Oh, what a mistake. So closing the door, I do that to get some heat in here overnight. But now that I'm driving, Chunders here. Man, that Porsche's. The difference between someone like me, average, and a guy like the person behind is just insane. Like, just very similar car and just catches your hand over fist. It's insane. I'm so in awe of the skill of these guys. I really am. Yep, my tires are going to be ruined now. Oh, good. That's the sim racing way. Everyone fast and you is hacking, everyone slow is a loser. Thank you. Oh, I need to be careful of those. They're putting it away from the guy behind. That's good. Sake. So bad at like anticipating the line when a car's overtaken me. Didn't need to dive. I was in awe. I got on quali mix. Nothing's wrong with the car, they're just that much faster. Rather that much slower. Oh my god. I'm not gonna miss driving this car through here. Every lap's an adventure. Like a sad one. Why? The roof update. The roof I see is dry now, drier. It's definitely a rain thing. Oh, no force feedback, goody. I'm so glad I banned force feedback reset. I mean, I clicked off the thing there to adjust something on my OBS, and the force feedback went. Imagine that being a feature for this many years. I've got it back now, it's okay. The last button I set was a force feedback reset button. Man knows better. Need to be a bit more wary on that grip there. Oh, we'll go behind. No, it's a driver swap. Brave. I'm trying not to slide this car, but it's near on impossible. I'm like barely in the 52s. Oh. I think are we 10th or 11th in class? I don't think saying it's slidey because the game is shit is fair. I think it's slidey because the car is made to be slidey, because that's the fastest if you can control it. P10 is our top 10 is our goal for the race, so we can do that. That'd be rad. But there are like 17 places in class, but people have DNF'd. Why are you watching this? It's so boring. I don't know, man. You just think. You've got to take that responsibility on yourself, dude. You have the whole internet at your disposal. Every bit of information man has ever known. Every topic, every possible passion and hobby at your disposal. Yet you choose to be here and choose to be bored. You gotta think about that, man. Oh, I don't. I just think I don't care what these people think. I just think it's interesting people saying that stuff. It's like, come on, man, we live in this wondrous tech age, and you're bored. As someone said earlier, yeah, Pornhub, man. Everything's catered for. I'm firmly stuck in the 52s. Fuel's pretty bang on though. I have to coast, man. But I can't control how I go through these chicanes. I'm not doing it very well right now. We're 10th in class. Yeah, P9's a bit quicker than me. I'm giving it. I'm trying. Never think I'm not trying, boys. Yeah, you should see the clip I posted on my Twitter of Max, man. He was proper dunking on the game. That's that rotation. See what I mean? You have to like find the rotation and then not overdo it. It's very difficult. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I can't look at that at this particular second. I'm right in the Porsche curves, but thank you. TTS is off until after the stint. I learned that the hard way last night. Who was that? Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it, man. Lovely curbs. Low 52, yeah boy. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, I'd appreciate you hitting that like button and subscribing. Surely my slow descent into madness is worth a subscription. Modern day media.
No punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Miles. Appreciate that, mate. Yeah, I'm glad it's off too, man. It was definitely, definitely something that I was getting distracted by last night. No. Thank you. Well, there goes that lap. For fuck's sake. Fuck off! This fucking pendulum. We're getting through it, boys. We're getting through it. Guys, make sure it's going to go show some love to the broadcast over on Traction. They've let me basically just show the whole thing on my stream, which is very kind of them. And the guys have been, despite the issues, I think putting on a pretty damn good show. So make sure to show them your love. Exclamation mark broadcast. I've not heard anyone say that. GT. I like a Chava one. But it's so long, you know. I get bored. Slowly getting warmer, which is not very poggers, chat.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, mate, that we've had so many issues. It definitely has soured the whole thing. You know, I'm still in the race, I've still got a job to do, still got to drive this car around, so I'm still going to do that. As long as our car is able to drive, I will drive it. What you got to do, the endurance racing mindset. Yeah. Man, I'm the king of the 52s. No one else in the 52s except mine. I'm so slow. My fuel is better than that too. Do a hot lap. They've all been hot laps. What are you talking about? It's definitely a rumor and not a true one, Viking. We're gapping the guy behind. I'm happy with that. I think we're gapping him anyway. What happened to Verstappen? Exclamation mark, Max. Oh. Casper Stevenson has left the game. Vehicle and garage, who is that? Is that someone ahead of us?
Yeah, he's at the front.
Yeah, he's Red Bull P4.
Oh, F. Good. How to Go Slow by Jimmy Broadbent. Can't see where I'm going. Where is that hot light? Come on now. Oh, I've rejoined the bollocks. I mean, good for them. I think Max taking the right amount of serious, you know, when you're in for it, when you're in a championship fight, and then this happens, and Le Mans is a big race, you know. The amount of practice you have to put in to be competitive in these races, as shown by, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I'm potentially a bad sim racer. I think I'm sort of somewhere in the middle. But you're seeing how I compare to like actual people who are fucking rapid.
Please, no Antarino, Jimmer.
Please, no Punterino.
This is basically like me being in a like an entire, like basically a complete pro series, and I'm in it. It's different shit, man. I also like that I can do this. I don't mind being like off the pace. I like showing you what these events are like, or are meant to be like anyway, and they run smoothly. because otherwise you're just on the outside. That's the cool thing about being a streamer, is sort of showing people how these things actually work, you know. I'm about to get absolutely scared by some prototypes. Oh, screen freeze, good. Not one of those in a while. Came at a good time too, you know. Yo, hyperlap. Immediate hyperlap into mistake. That's my like patented move.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
No, I mean, I disagree with the whole, like, Max shouldn't say anything thing, because, like, you have to see it from both ways. Like, Max is probably the biggest draw to this event for people to watch, right? And
maybe up to P9.
That's how fast I am, mate. Nothing to do with disconnects at all. Nothing to do with that. But people like Max need to speak out, otherwise things won't change. Car does this thing where it feels okay at the start of the stint, feels awful in the middle, and feels okay at the end.
Yeah, it's the tires.
Yeah, I thought as much. I hope they don't want to say stuff like that. It's pure pace. That I'm not being serious.
Like lap 8, lap 9 is shocking, and then it starts to come back to you around lap 11, right? Something like that.
Shit, that little wiggle there cost me a lot. Over braked there, but it's either that or go straight on. Yeah, Yuri Cal had a tough time, man. Jimmy, why are you so bad at the game? Why are you so bad at the game, Jimmy? Yeet. Still 51 despite me doing every effort not to get one. Oh. Gallibut. Oh. Buzz. Shit off!
FYI, Jimmy, 3 laps. And you can use 6.3 per lap.
Okie dokie. Am I messing up on the last corner? You know, as the guy driving, I didn't actually notice that I was messing up on the last corner every lap, so thanks for pointing that out, man. Sorry. Basically, every time I go through that bit of juice and I mess up, this is what's going through my head. I understand I'm messing up. Have I tried not messing up? Shit! God, if only I'd thought of that earlier. Thank you, Penguin. I know I'm so down there, but I don't even care anymore. I have tried being chilling. Are you still fucking going with that, Matt? Every time I look at you, mate, you're talking about fucking that cider, alright? Probably actually fucking that cider. No, don't do it!
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
Oh, there's a Ferrari catching me fucking quickly behind me. Oh, that's not the line, Jimmy. Fuel light? Oh my god, Mark, really? I can't see it, man. I'm sorry, I'm being a dickhead now. I'm sorry. I've got my dash flashes at me. I get that up there. I get Moo in the fucking chat telling me as well. So either there's like one or two possibilities. You'll think I'm incompetent, which could be it, as I've just shown you there in that chicane, or blind. Do you know what I'm in one of these moods? Because I got in the car and they're like, you're doing a double? And I was like, what? That's why I'm in one of those moods. I thought I was going to get to spend the rest of the stream being chilling, but I'm not. You mean Nightbot? Nightbot's not a moderator, it's a bot. And it's me actively trolling my viewers. I program that shit. I say program. Program's a strong word. Small moments. Car would feel so nice on the last lap and you have to pit in.
Remember pit request and also double check 94 litres.
Oops, thank you. All done. This is why you're the king, man. Oh yeah. We did get punted by the Peugeot team and lost 2 minutes overnight, I know that. Oh, sorry, I rained a wee, but it's okay. My god. BOP moment. Look at that. Do I get self-conscious? Not really. I think with streaming you have to sort of let that go a little bit, you know. I can't keep that pace. I don't have the straight line speed. Sag. It's like, yeah, like you see I gain in the corners, but from like third to second to fifth, he's just so much quicker. Then we are quicker in the corners, so like, you know, that is our bop. Losing on pace alone. Yeah, that's correct. Miss P2 gets up to speed quick. It does. Presley Martono is left now. I don't know if that's a prototype or not. That sounds good, man. Kind of how it sounds in real life. B40, okay. Just hoping it's someone ahead of you whenever that happens. In the nicest way possible, of course. The roof is doing better. Thank you for asking. It has sort of dried up a bit overnight. Oh, that was fucking giga. Look at that. Oh! Yeah, still, are we P9? Yeah, Jordan's back in the car, isn't he? He's quick though, so. Yeah, Jared, good to see you, man. Yeah, just didn't quite get the car rotated at the right time there. Thank you. Taking the sheen off for tyres, but it's okay. Wah, wah, wah. Funny, you get one lap of nice tyres and they just sort of like go off. Yeah, then you have to wait till, like, as Mohammed said, like lap 11 for them to come back to you because the fuel comes out. I was on the broadcast when the overall leader lapped me. Nice. That's how you know I'm doing well, chat. Same shot as the leader. Lift and coast, yeah, lift and coasting for fuel. There you go. Now the tyres are fucked. It seemingly goes at random, but I guess when you're right near to the tyre grip, it's going to feel like that. Did I get that right? I need to straighten my balls up more and go over that, I think. Still in the 51s. This is my last stint here.
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
Thank you. A 49 seems like it's going to be pretty difficult to get unless we have like a really nice end of stint. Laps to like a Wii. The dream. When you miss that hook on the curb, it slows you down so much. So I got to brake. Esports sets are always like a risk versus reward thing. I remember a long time ago, Bailey and I did this LMP1 race at Spa, and we were against this Porsche. We were in the Audi, and they had what we'd call a esports setup. The car was super oversteery, but it was quick. And 2 hours into the race, I think it was, they crashed at Blanchimont. The car spun away from them. They lost it on oversteer. So whilst they did have about 30 seconds over us in the race, they didn't finish the race. You know, but if you can keep that car together, it's fucking quick. That's sort of what esports is. If you don't do it, someone else will. Still just in the 51s. The tyres like they have gone the other way. Doing that thing. That might come back to us. Really on the brakes there, Jimmy. Fucking hell. Okay, so I can actually brake really well there if I downshift properly. Yeah, Max was not an happy boy. I'm glad I survived that, but I just couldn't see where I was going again. It's so slippy out there. Every time I get out there, I have a fucking incident. It's already nearly a second. Traffic can really... That's something I'm bad at. I'm bad at, like... I think I'll be better at it in real life, but in sim I find it really hard to take my normal line when I have traffic like right in front of me. I think a lot of the time you're essentially guessing when the car is, you know. After 5 months of prep, I'll be pissed. Yeah, I know, man. But imagine a week of prep versus 5 months of prep, and I'd still be in. Christ. In a lower class as well. I'm just that good. Obviously, I'm joking before anyone has an aneurysm, alright? Fucking moron. I have a lap to forget. Very traffic heavy. Was it Gordy? Fucking Gordy. Gordy, your helmet, what are you doing? He did say he was going to send it on me whenever he saw me, so maybe that was him doing that. Oh, fuck off. Well. So, fun fact. When I... can't remember. When I first raced Gordy online, it was like an open lobby race at Spa, and he like took me out, I think. And I was like, God, this guy's so bad. This is before we were... teammates at Prague. I'm like, this guy's so bad. And then someone was like, he's a real life driver, you know. And I was like, well, he shouldn't be. And when I like met Gordy, he was like, how's that guy online? You said it shouldn't be like a real life driver. I was like, uh-oh. Sponsor guitar, but IRL. Yeah, I need that. I lose 2 tenths there? That was a good arnage. Oh my god, Jimmy, stop. What I left? I'm picking up a couple of track warnings now. I'm more annoyed about that. Yeah, I mean, you guys are free to discuss some Max stuff if you like. Just don't get angry about it, you know? Like, just remember, like, I'm still racing. You know, we're still trying to concentrate. We're still trying to get a result out of this. It definitely needs discussing, for sure. But we're getting mad about a team they don't race for retiring. Or have no, you know, no affiliation with at all. You gotta just step it back a little bit. Unfortunately, it's the same with any sort of big name has a moment in any race. And now everyone needs to be being chilling. They're not. Hyper lock up. Seven laps till I can WeChat. I nearly died. Oh, come on! Oh, 1.5. Okay, I need to... Sorry guys, I'm racking up the the stint. That's my... Yep. Fuck's sake. I had a screen freeze right as it went by me there. Like I had a big lift. I had a big lift there, and it's still like that penalty.
Hey, don't worry about the cuts. 6.3 fuel usage, by the way.
Okie dokie. I mean, that horrible bit where the tyres are just jank and the car still sort of has some fuel in it. Smiling to the camera. I'm on the screen. Wait, we'll do the... Oh, what's that? Oh, shit. Cooked LMP2. Why do they let him cook? Engine gone, ripped in pepperonis. That was an awful lap. Oh my god, Jimmy, come on! Helmito Memento.
Give me the car behind, by the way, is the sister car, so I would jump on the way.
I know, I saw. Oh, fuck me. Well. Did that in the worst way possible. Mate, I hate this middle part of the stint. It's the worst thing ever. Oh, they pull neutral. Oh, it sucks when that happens, man. It's sequential, so it goes back to like first gear. When you engage the gear again, it just blows the engine. I have silly hair. I do have silly hair. I'm gonna have a very adult breakfast after this. I'm gonna have a bowl of Frosties. If the neutral is fine, it's in neutral to first that is not fine at speed. Track temp has gone up a bit. I'm going to blame that for me losing all that time like that. Let's not get a cut track this time. Oh my god, guys, we did it! Oh my fucking god, I can't believe it. Well, Jordan is like very, very fast, so I expect to lose time to him, but it's okay. Sometimes you gotta just be at peace with the guy behind you being a fucking weapon. People not get I guess the irony of telling me to focus in chat, something like I have to read. I am fucking focusing. I'm just slower. How hard is that to understand? Ah, shit. Fuck off, car! Oh, it's in the kiddie mode of the sim. We did get punted overnight by the Peugeot. We lost 2 minutes to that. Every now and then I look in the mirror and the car looks like a Praga to me in the mirror. My best finish in this event so far has been like P14. This is nice so far. Not good. Why do you want to turn in? Okay, I get it, and I don't really want to turn in. Fuck's sake. Disconnect to the new fragrance from Max Verstappen. Oh my god, someone please make that as a meme. Someone please make that. I would love to see that. Never get this right. It always just feels random to me. Sign of a good driver. What do you mean feeding the hate? I'm not hating anyone, man. That's you guys. You guys are all being fucking toxic. I'm sorry that your favourite driver got disconnected from a sim race. It happens all the time. It sucks for him. It sucks for his team. If you want to be toxic, go be toxic on Reddit, man. Don't do it here. We're still racing. We're still driving. Like, I see this happen with me as well when I retire from a race. People go into other people's streams and ask about me. Like, fucking respect the team that are driving. I understand Max is a big draw, but we're still going, man. We haven't fucking thrown our toys out the pram. We got DC'd earlier. We're still driving. We aren't doing well. We aren't fucking leading. But we're still going round. I think what Max said is definitely fair. I think they should have continued the race though. That's about it. I ain't crying, man. I'm trying to get through to a chat who obviously has one thing in its mind. Unfortunately, you have to acknowledge the thing. Sim races only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. True that. Hey, you, Carl. No, we're still going, man. Need to request pit in a second.
Are you in the server?
Yeah, I'm riding on board.
Perfect. Remember fuel, Jimmy, as well.
Hey, all done. Do it again. Just come. Follow properly. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like feed into any of this. I just want the chat to be a nice vibe, you know. It's hard to do that when people's attitude is odd. I understand people get upset about their favourite driver slash streamer slash whatever when stuff goes wrong. But what can you do? Like I said, I agree with everything you said. I agree with what needs to be, like, there needs to be some action, because RF2's been in a state of like unfinishedness forever. It's been out for 10 years nearly, and it still has problems that have persisted right from the start. I just don't know. I don't think they know how to fix it at this point, genuinely. But that's it. It's done. Maybe I should make a video about it, you know, I don't know. I don't usually like to get involved in that sort of thing, but maybe it'd be good for educational purposes.
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
Not last lap for us. Driven like arse in the last few laps, but I'm so looking forward to my piss chat. You do not understand. I'm gonna go in there, just crack out little Jimmy and just be like, see you back there, man. So I felt the LMPs are either like really good or fucking awful. There's never an in between. Such a late move. I realise the hypocrisy of me talking about that shit, but hey, it's fine. I'm a GTE today. I get to be complaining. Bing pissing, that's right. Stop just trying to kill me, please, car.
Please, no Antonino. Jimmer.
No sniff, please. Oh no, my fuel. We're putting a lot of faith in each other there. Boxing. Every time, man. I didn't change anything on the TC or bias or anything, so it should be the same.
Copy that.
Oh, I let that sound too much. I think it stopped being funny a long time ago, but I don't care. I've got to wait till Bitska leaves the Bitska. I keep saying that, even now. I need to wait till she leaves the pits. Where are we now? We're P10. There you go, chat. Those are our stints in the 2023 Le Mans Virtual Over. Time to uninstall. Need to wait for this to hurry up. Oh, stream my piss. All right. Insta live. Be pissing.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Ian, mate. Appreciate that. Oh.
Exactly what's going. Looking here at the battle, looking back from Panis Racing towards R8G's car.
Give me 2 seconds. I need to return on text-to-speech.
For 10th position. So these are the cars just off the lead lap. And this gap is absolutely tiny. Victor Martins being chased, not Victor Martins, he's in the car ahead, the Alpine car. This is Thibaut Casubon, and behind him is the R8G number 18 car doing the chasing. and that is Martin Himmensen, the Dane, and he is all over the back.
I need that to go away. I need
intriguing to see
this to come
next round of
back.
stops. And one section, if you do have a timing screen in front of you, is those last lap times, just to see when people do start to go and push if they're not saving fuel, and we'll see the difference of those who are and those who are not. Maybe those who are risking.
Right, I'll be back in a sec, chat.
And those who are definitely saving.
Unleash the demon.
Now, in terms of LMP cars, it's a 10-lap stint. Very, very, very tough to get 11. You might be able to do it if you've got a handy enough advantage over the car behind you. In the GTE class, it's about a 15-lap stint. It's about 53, 55 minutes. We've got an hour and 51 minutes. We are now almost within touching distance of one full more stop after this to the end. So cars have just gone in. Mahler's BMW, car number 10, that has just stopped and is on the outlap with Bikes-Gewisser. And they have stopped from 10th place, car number 10. From 5th place is the Proton Coanda, remaining Proton Coanda GTE car, 88. And that is just on the outlap. And so that car now in the hands of Raoul Hyman, the South African driver. Stopping now is Sebastian Wunsch in the Simsa Sport Ferrari, and from 3rd place, Alan Terzic in the BS Competition BMW. Now that car was very close and has had the lead at one stage, so they're stopping now with an hour and 50 minutes. So that's 110 minutes. That's 2 55-minute stints. So this stop plus one more should get them to the checkered flag. Anybody who stops after this will have to fill in their final stop for fewer laps and will be stationary for less time. So anybody now who stops after BS Competition, after Proton Coanda, after Mahler, will have a time advantage there, saving in the pit lane. You don't necessarily have to miss a pit stop, but the fewer laps fuel you have to put in to get to the end, the shorter time you spend by, what did we say, it was 3.2 seconds per lap. That's what it takes to fuel. If you fuel for, well, that's for a prototype car. If you fuel for 10 laps, it takes 32 seconds. So every lap you don't have to fuel, you gain 3.2 seconds on track, which is a big...
That's a lot of time.
I know. You have to be a lot faster in this category with this class of driver to gain 3.2 seconds unless the car in front has a big off.
This is a battle potentially coming up for Panis Racing coming up. We are looking back from R8G, so we'll monitor this one as we watch some of the cars now just heading down towards Indianapolis. Martin, we can see one of the Redline cars there in chase. This is one of the R8G cars, in fact, being chased by the Redline car. This is our lead car overall, with Felipe Drugovic currently in the car, and he leads by 26 seconds currently.
And Redline may well end up with a chance to win this race overall. Just behind the race leader, you can see the 86GR esports car, and a chance now to catch up with one of their drivers, Mo Ritson. So Mo, good morning. I was going to say good afternoon, because it feels like this morning has been going on forever and a day. How does it feel to the driving lineup of the car?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it was a tough night. We had our ups and downs, but it's a bit surreal. I don't think I've even seen sunlight yet, so I don't know what time of day it is.
Well, listen, it's the UK in January. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure the sun's even up yet, so no, you're absolutely right. It's funny because when you are watching the race as you are when you're in the race and it's daylight, and then you look outside the door and it's still pitch black, it's a very strange equation. So you talked about the dramas you've had. You and the sister car have both had actually probably an unfair amount of bad luck coming your way, but in terms of how you feel that the team has performed, what are you looking at towards the end of the race? Have you got anything up your sleeve that might make it look a little more comfortable?
Well, I think we've handled the ups and downs really well, as you know, as best as we can. You can never prepare fully for this race. You never know what's going to be thrown at you. But I think we've done a really good job with it, and it's been enjoyable, which always helps. Yeah, we've got a few things coming in the last few stints. We're going to see what we can do and if we can gain any more places. But you know, everything's still to play for. Still an hour and 45 to go. We've seen in the real world races and the previous editions of this sim race that, you know, it really can make a difference in the last few minutes.
Yeah, really can, absolutely. And as we said a few minutes ago, even the last lap, nothing is safe, as we've seen. Now, obviously, everybody at home, to a degree, is invested and involved in this, and probably have some of them, quite a lot of them, have their own sim rigs at home. I always find it really fascinating to see, you know, where most of our competitors are. Most of you will be at home in your own regular sim rig. Some of you will, you know, some are in, you know, a big facility with a big team around them. What's the backup that you guys have got? You're in 4 individual locations, or is it just you on your own?
We're all over Europe, actually.
Yeah.
Me and my teammate Gus Bowers and Dan, we're all in the UK, and then we've got guys all over Germany, Poland. So it's kind of quite an independent side of things back at home, you know, back at the actual sim. But you know, the test sessions that we've been doing, they've all been, you know, online together and arranged and everything. But it's an interesting dynamic working with different drivers around Europe, you know, and you're working with these engineers which we're so used to being in an office with on a race weekend in the truck, but then all of a sudden everything's done on Discord and Skype and everything. It's a totally different experience when it comes to fine tuning and the engineering side of stuff. But it's had its challenges, but at the same time it's been fun to work with different drivers from different backgrounds and to see how alienly fast these sim drivers are.
Discord does a lot of heavy lifting in this virtual
Hi,
world,
chat.
and you're absolutely right.
Do you want to hear something that I think that might have just happened?
Le Mans 24-hour virtual 3 seasons
so
ago, that the real world
I know when I'm on camera and when I'm off camera. Like I know with this camera what I can see and what I can't see. You know?
Because
I know that.
They do things that the game demands.
I know what's going on.
A real world driver like yourself,
however, there is a camera that I'm not used to having, which is currently on my other monitor. So your man was taking out his fucking stanky testicles and putting on something else, taking the shorts off. And I have a feeling that everyone at Motorsport Games just saw my penis.
I think that's the hurdle that we've all faced at some point.
I have a feeling.
Transition from the real world to the sim world. And yeah, like you said,
so that could come back to haunt me at some point. But hey, you know what? It's just part of the game at some point.
Someone's doing it. You've got to match.
It's just part of. It is what it is.
I think we've been very lucky with the GRE sports guys that.
I was thinking to myself like, shit, I've messed this up somewhere.
10 years of experience in the sim world stuff. They've done, you know, countless amounts of races.
But you know, that's real gaming.
Myself and Gus and all.
And if you want to see that camera chat, the OnlyFans is down below.
That come with sim racing.
I call it Patreon.
Well, the good news is, if you can all meet up after this for an evening of indoor kart racing, you can thrash them senseless. You can use your real world skills.
Exactly, we've got a fair bit of doing to get them back for all these the embarrassing test sessions.
Well, you know, it's funny, isn't it? Because we always talked about this from the very beginning. Is that
I've not done well. I've not done well this stream. I've leaked TeamSpeed details. I've now leaked Jimmy Broadbent news.
Become
what next?
The quote gentleman drivers in the car. You're the ones that need bringing up to speed. Did you feel coming in? Okay, I can't be the weakest link. I can't be the slowest guy in the car. Is that the pressure?
I thought that, but I was.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've all felt that pressure. It's kind of like the my FIA grading. I'm kind of looking at it twice, like silver, bronze. I don't know anymore.
Please, kind of, no puntery, no jimmer.
So yeah, it's been.
F is all I can say to that.
Yeah, that is an F moment. Sure. No one's messaged me about it yet.
Taste of R Factor, and it's been really enjoyable.
But you wait, you know how last year they brought up that picture of me with the crazy eyes? This year it's going to be, here are the Jimmy Broadbent, his dick is actually an innie. Posts. It's coming up.
On a cheaper budget, because we all know racing's not a cheap sport, and neither is sim racing compared to other sports, but it's far more accessible for drivers away from the, you know, instead of spending all the money to go on test days and track days.
It's more expensive than a football or a cricket bat and ball, but it's as you say, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than trying to actually do it in real cars, and you get so much bang for your buck. You can just
left,
you can just
medium
practice
left.
your heart out.
Jimmer, listen to my calls.
I did, man.
Well done, Jimmer. You're the goat.
Has it given you a taste to do the real thing?
I did
Is
listen.
that now high up on the shopping list and higher maybe than it might have been before?
For sure. I mean, it was.
How's the roof fussy? It's drier.
This is really giving me a taste of the competition, and you just look at the entry list, and it's insane. The drivers.
The Praga Cup champions in this race
this year, and it does give you that real sense of when you're going out of that pit lane, you know that you're not just going into any old session to have a bit of a bit of a play around. It means business. We're up against F1 world champions and drivers who've done this race in the real thing. So it's
the Mon Rap.
It's made it more realistic and more special for sure.
Hey, my name's Jimmy, and I'm here to say I'm going to rap about Le Mans all night and all day. 24 hours is a bit of a challenge. I can't think of a word that rhymes with challenge. Us and all the teams racing against the clock. I just showed motorsport games with my car.
When you go to TV to get interviewed, the first thing you see is your own car going off. So just that's all part of the experience. We're trying to make it as real as possible. We're going to let you go. The leaders are all pitting for the for the next round of stops. So. Good luck for the rest of the race, and look forward to seeing you at the real Le Mans in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much. Great to chat to you.
All right, cheers now. Okay, so our leaders are heading into the pits. The leader now, a change of driver. Luke Bennett has taken over number 2, Team Redline.
You watch the motorsport game stock prices soar now.
And out of the pits comes our GTE leader, Alex Smolyar, in R8G's 888. So they have fuel in hand, don't they? We talked about this just before we caught up with GR Esports Mo Ritson about from the 1 hour 50 minutes, which is basically about as long as you can run in 2 stints. They've saved themselves 10 minutes of track time. And what are they lapping at? They're lapping at 3 minutes 50, let's say 4 minutes. They've saved themselves 2.5 laps. So a minimum of 6.
Still P9. Come on.
6.5, 7
That
seconds
99
or so
is closing fast, though.
they have saved in terms of pit stop time in their next stop, in what will be their last stop. So they will add to their advantage based on the fact that they're going to be putting less fuel in to get to the end, because you don't have to fill the tank. You only put in what you need to get to the checkered flag and not an ounce more, because that makes the car quicker.
The thing is, it was so sad though. Like, I was wearing the hoodie and I took off the shorts, so I was just there with a hoodie and this little guy dangling out the bottom. Like the most sad-looking gamer I've ever seen in my life.
And that means that R8G is going to be harder to catch.
Please no Pontorino. Certainly will. Victor
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it, mate.
For another stop.
Oh, it was great. Just keep fucking going.
It seems like he's been in there an incredibly long time. They can do a max of 7 hours, can't they? I hope he knows about that, because Victor Martins seems to have been in there
the real
a huge
key
amount of time.
is the number of hours
stint
in one solid stint, and that's 4 in any 5, isn't it, or something?
3 in any 5.
3 in any 5, that's right. Yeah. Minimum drive times also have to be observed. Again, no driver may do less than 4 hours
you have to do
spread
a
across the
4.
race, and pit stop time does not count. Now,
beat them to it and just send them a bit, okay.
A sizable chunk of the race with the 2 red flags. Those minimum drive
Has anyone done the
times will
disconnected
be
by Max
reduced
Verstappen
incrementally,
fragrance
and the
advert
teams
yet?
will know what it is. So instead of maybe a minimum drive time of 4 hours, it's probably 3 hours 10 or 3 hours 20 or something. You know, in relation to the actual time of running in the race. So that has been reduced a little bit, but still, all of those
I'm
are
fairly sure that
important.
Bikes is Dutch,
level,
right?
Driver fatigue, either among the pro sim racers or the pro racing drivers, is unlikely to be an issue, as it might be with more mature gentleman drivers, let's say, in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. So that's probably going to be less of an issue in terms of fatigue, but it's just making sure that your guys have done the minimum and don't break the maximum drive times.
Pontorino Jimmer.
So yeah, Victor Martins in and out.
Thank you, Miles. It's always free, mate. Never not free.
And Smolyar safely out in R8G. There was another stop. SF Esports, they had a bit of a disconnect issue early this morning, and Kevin Stolzer is back at the wheel of that car. That's running in 13th place at the moment, chasing the equally luckless ProDrive Fire at Esports Aston Martin. That car was right at the front of the field, ran in the lead early on, and Lasse Sorensen was very quick in that. He is back at the wheel of the car, but unfortunately, because of their issues,
sorry, Coins just tweeted something at me.
I don't think there's any kind of randomizer in the game that throws in tyre debris and
half an hour ago
and all the other stuff that would happen in the real world of racing at Le Mans or anywhere else. But there are random issues of a different
people
nature
are fucking going in on motorsport games in RF2. They really are.
To sort of replace that, and it looks just very briefly again as if Graf may have another one of those issues. They're now shown not as being in the pit lane, but as being stopped in the game.
Yeah, Oscar guys just stopped somewhere. Seems they might have had.
I found my favourite image.
Well, that car was shown as P for being in the pit lane a moment or two ago, so she might have had to have a reset.
Let me change my brightness.
Which could be either a mechanical fault with the rig, the wheel or something, or possibly with the screen on her rig. So Lubov Ozretskaya is in the pit lane, and a question mark remains at Graf. They've had a dramatic race. That pictures or those images that you see in the highlights of a car barrel rolling, that's the Graf car. So again, you know, in the virtual world, no harm.
The Twingo is trying as hard
as. I mean, that was a steering wheel disconnection, wasn't it? That so
no pixels were harmed in the making of that barrel roll.
And let's just say, look, that's, you know, if you're at the 24-hour Le Mans and you just see a car that just does not
man,
make
people are going in on RF2, dude. I feel bad because I know some people that work on this.
That's not anything due to the team. That is just quite simply
just fate.
Luck.
And they really
Absolutely. Hugh Chamberlain, who ran cars through Group C and for many years at Le Mans, always used to say, if it's going to break, I wish it would at least have the good grace to do so while the pubs are still open and not drag us all the way.
At least we've got our stints done, boys.
Before finally giving up the ghost.
We've got our stints done. I didn't cause any big incidents.
Absolutely and willfully will not stay out on track for any period of time.
A lot of you guys have been. How many of you guys have any of you guys been here for the entire thing?
Quite quickly, so.
Because I know it's been. I've slept.
Pit stops for Will Chigurtha in the number 5 Williams Esports car game. They had problems early on. Thomas Anger for ARC Bratislava, the flying Czech, the 44 car that is in the pits from 17th. Again, that will be penultimate. That won't be penultimate.
What a loser.
GT car, so that will be a,
guys, exclamation mark Bacho in the chat. Go and give my good friend John Bacho a follow on Twitch. He did the night hours, Radio Bacho. If you enjoy chill content with a side of cynicism, only a small side, and a lot of Miku.
When you're out
my God, look at these guys.
North of 100 and up to getting on for
300. Been a wild race so far.
So you obviously cover a lot more ground.
It has, James.
Who goes furthest in the time allotted is the winner.
This car absolutely flying, isn't it, Martin? 2 seconds a lap quicker, albeit that 1.5 sometimes, than Mitchell de Jong. They're definitely on different strategies as we say that. That's an example of why the Porsche Commander car stays out, the Alpine car comes in.
Fuck me.
Clearly,
I love seeing people maximise that sort of car. I could never do that, but I love watching it.
Alpine, really a fantastic performance. I've got to say they've been, for me, one of the standout performances of this entire race. Looking back through their season, their best result of 6th.
I play Sims on Xbox. I spend a good time on Forza with 24 people. What's it doing a race like this with 40 people plus no other games?
Yeah, and I have to say, actually, another real standout.
It's pretty insane doing one of these races when everything works.
Not the heavy hitters that you expect to be absolutely front. at the front was Ford.
It's a ton of fun.
Yeah. It's a quirky little team. It's not a big deal like Coanda. It's not a big deal like Redline. But boy, have they punched above their weight in this race right from the very beginning. Qualified 16th, whether that was
some of this
just
guy's
not
knees.
getting it right or not finding the lap or whatever, not entirely sure. But their qualifying position and where they have been for most of the race, including, incidentally,
thank you, Brent.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Jimmy Broadbent haunts you. Thanks for the stream, Jimmy.
That's right, it does. 1 hour and a half left here. Ladies and gents of Le Mans Virtual, we are in P9. Our goal is to finish top 10. So far, we're on to do it, so hopefully we can stay there. We are being caught fairly quickly by the 99 behind. Brights goes in for a stint now, then gets out again, I think.
Reminded back there, they were part of the competition when we started the.
It would be rad if we can get a P9. That'd be really nice.
Back in 2019, Fordzilla, and they had some pretty decent results in that.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
When we
P9 nice. Do you expect to finish there?
I don't know. It's going to be close. The guy in the Red Bull car, they are well fast. They're really fast. They're out of position big time. So. They're just catching hand over fist.
One or the other. That's like a team having drivers in a British F4 team, an FIA Formula 3 team, and a Formula 2 team. They're just
oh, don't get me wrong. We never come into these events expecting like a good result, but a P9 would be really nice. These are. I know obviously this event's been a bit of a meme, but it doesn't change the fact that this field is so stacked. Like I don't belong in this field. Not at all. I'm happy to be here.
Earlier on, helping us through the night with commentary, but we've got rid of him now. Alex Brundle is somebody else's
Safe
problem.
thing is the broadcast has less than half the viewers of yours, so you didn't flash too many people.
Damn it.
Put me in this little room to keep me out of
there
trouble.
Goes my
unfortunately for them,
voyeuristic
they've also connected me wantings. Up to Andy, three-time World Touring Car champion Andy Prio, and rising sports car star Sebastian Prio. They've been driving the virtual Le Mans Cup car. Firstly, guys, I know
that's
you
a proud dad there,
isn't
it? Look at him.
Purposes out of the race at this point, but let me know, how did your race go up until the point where it looked like you had a little connection issue out there?
Oh, another connection issue.
Hey Alex, how you doing? I bet you're enjoying not driving here this weekend.
Please no.
It's been a lot of fun. We had a tough race.
Can I put a wing on this? Jimmer, virtual MANS broadcast.
Pro sim drivers.
No, I just did. I didn't ask.
Then I jumped on.
Basically, everyone behind us are really fast, and we're fucked.
Uh-oh. And then, of course, we had the red flags and everything else, which probably saved the day for the team, to be honest, because I was struggling.
So who's the sim pro between the two of you? Is it very much Seb doing the coaching and Andy doing the learning in line with what you'd expect?
What do you mean? There's no nepotism in motorsport. Thank you, Alex Brundle.
Alex,
great to hear from Seb and Andy Prio as well.
Seat in my pants, basically, but Seb, you gave me a lot of coaching, didn't you, during the race, and the boys as well?
You kept on track. That's the main thing. You kept it on the black stuff and without a shunt. So I'm pretty happy with that.
What was the main thing you had to teach him, Seb? What did you get Dad up to speed with?
I think actually one of the main things is with the sim, you've got to sort of drive it way different to real life, as you know, and double pedaling, which you don't do in a race car, works on the sim. So
you double pedal a lot, you know.
In the corners to get the weight transfer and everything. So yeah, that worked.
There's some things that, for me, all my neuro pathways are finely tuned to driving and feel, and as you know, Alex, it's very different on the sim, but it's really good for the concentration. It's good for the high level of stress and performance. It keeps you concentrated. I think it's been great practice.
Please no Punterino, Jimmy.
And it's been
hi, Jimmy. Do you have any tips for new sim racers? Upside down face.
But yeah, unfortunately, we had
no. Don't get your dick out on stream. That'll be my my advice for new sim racers.
Lifting cars at some point, so instead of causing a big accident, we thought we better just park the car. Otherwise, it would have been a drama.
Well, really sporting of both of you. You mentioned Seb's ongoing programme this year. Seb, give us a feel for what's in store for you in the coming season.
Yeah, so full year in IMSA in WeatherTech, which is great. Starting off with the 24. end of this month. So I'm really excited about that in the new Porsche 992 GTR.
Please, no Punterino,
awesome.
Jimmer.
I had a test last month. It went really well.
Great stream.
Really looking
Great
forward
to
that.
watch while I'm sick.
Go back in WEC at some point and do.
Thank you, gaming.
That's one of the best races.
Great
in the
to have
world,
gaming
so
here.
I'd love to be back on the grid soon.
Thank you, man.
Well, 6 times Le Mans competition for you, Addy. You can add a virtual Le Mans to it. Thanks so much to all of us for your participation, your great Le Mans.
I always think, and like, no disrespect to Andy Prio, the guy is
I'm sure I'll see you at the
super
racetrack
accomplished, but when you say,
it's great to see you. Good job.
When you say something like 6-time Le Mans competitor, it's like when they go to F1 drivers, right? And they have like 182 Grand Prix starts, but nothing else.
It is coincidence that the Montoyas.
Like they work their way down, right? So imagine you've got three. You've got Damon Hill there, Johnny Herbert.
Having set that as the way it should work.
Oh no! Sorry, it's Damon Hill, David Coulthard, and
Sebastian. Now then, this is a real problem,
isn't it?
Yeah. This is the car that did not join the race at the start, was able to get in when we had the red flag reset.
Must have had some sort of a crash somewhere.
Looks like.
Oh, they're behind us anyway.
Have they got?
So, Fadi Rahmat, one of the Indonesian drivers in the car.
Please no Punterino.
What's happening there? Is he just like out of fuel, you think?
Just looking for us.
Has he got a puncture or something, or is he?
Must be.
Yeah, it sounds like he's struggling to get drive, despite the fact the car is in gear. So it's going to be a long drive back for them, but
But he's really just trying to scoot it back, isn't he?
So
are you here?
Is on the Mulsanne straight. 100 laps behind the leaders.
He's not. I am.
No chance whatsoever, really, of picking up any places. And now it's just that resilience and that bitter determination that
Can I help at all?
Right, this is not going to break us. We are going to get to
Can
the
you
end.
check
and
my
that's what
fuel
it's all
next
about
lap?
now. An hour and 25 minutes remain of the third 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual.
Maybe.
Round of the 2022-23.
I can just tell you the fuel number and
virtual.
you divide it.
Yeah, sure.
By 7.
Where the titles will be decided. Malte Jakobsen pitting for Peugeot Esports. Their car in 18th place.
That's the end.
It may well be. If he can't find drive, then he could be out of the race for good.
Has he missed the pit lane there or something like
that?
No,
I don't know. He's halfway down the Mulsanne, so I suppose it's possible he might have. Looking at a very tight battle
maths
here.
I was the only one in my year to get moved down in maths. Moved down a set.
Of Baldwin,
Of Baldwin in the AMG Petronas 63 car. Gap was around half a second, as you can see. It's just reaching out and touching distance. So James Baldwin, one of their pro race drivers, attacking Colin Spork. And this is for potentially a chance to strike for the podium, because they're 25 seconds behind AMG Team Williams in third, Augusto Canapino in that car. But again, not sure
I'm waiting for the number.
How their fuel strategies are going to work out. We're talking during the night. We were riding with Max for a number of laps. When you go back to the onboard there, you can see the driver's hands moving.
Thank you, Boo Boy.
Your peeper isn't on live stream fails, so I think you're safe.
God damn it.
You were put on the team. You drove good laps. You totally deserve to be there.
Kilometers an hour there.
Thank you, man.
Unfortunately, that's not animated. It's just painted in there. It never moves. And he doesn't have his foot welded to the throttle all the way. So I did say that somewhere somebody needs to spend a bit of time during the summer animating the driver's foot to match what the hands and the brakes and the acceleration are doing. Right, it's all tiny details, but tiny details are what makes this. I mean, look at the reflections on the car. You know, tiny details are what make this so hyper real, aren't they?
Okay, Portugal's.
Yeah,
Bing chilling maps.
We're all about that. I mean, look at the tremble in the rear fin, the cars bouncing as they ride, the corrugated curbs, the serrated curbs. I mean, all of that, the sparks, there's so much about this.
I'm Rick. Why is that your reaction, mate? I'm actually genuinely curious as to why you have such an adverse reaction to it.
As well as real as you can in terms of physics.
Yeah, it's not just to watch most importantly, it's to drive, isn't it? And,
yeah.
You
my fuel on the line was 44.1.
You are racing in the 24-hour of Le Mans. And I'm sure
6.3 I've got here.
Have done at some stage, even for all the professional drivers which had to start the race. I can imagine the nerves were rising as they came through the Ford chicanes and when they fired their way up through the Dunlop curve for the first time. I mean, yeah, that's got to be some feeling, isn't it? In a pack of 28
if you're
cars.
not nervy, then your adrenaline isn't
But
where
now
it
it's a
needs
big
to be
chilling.
for the start of a race, whether it's a real race or a virtual race. You know, the competition.
Oh,
is
right,
just
okay,
as
done.
intense.
Maths is done. I can unleash my brain again.
But the competition absolutely is every bit as intense. Now they've been caught by one of the two Van Wall cars, and I'm not sure whether that's 4 or 444, but either way, it's not for position.
No.
Two cars we're looking at here absolutely are for position.
Yeah, that might be Josh Skelton.
Pleasner, Punterino.
Will you watch the new session of Drive to Survive?
Probably like in 2 years' time. That's about where I am with the.
Doing similar lap time, so it could be either or.
Yeah. Well, battle for fourth place continues.
Stretch.
Just ahead, James.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Dane Warren, rather, from 6th place. Porsche Coanda ducks into the pit lane. So the 23 car is in for fuel. We heard earlier on Haley chatting to Gustavo Menezes.
Yeah, the Road to Le Mans on fucking YouTube is great, man. It's so good.
Last time we caught him,
so good.
Come back in with a bag of food.
Yes.
Claiming to be from a sushi restaurant, but probably from the local McDonald's.
He took to social media to
deny that it was a Big Mac.
To deny. And
I only went in for the free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I know. Jordan's coming, man.
Evidence, but,
no, I don't doubt it. He does take this stuff seriously. I was being facetious, but, you know, racing drivers like a McDo, and they're on every corner. Here we go. Here comes the pass. Got the slipstream,
mate,
got
for
the run
even
out of
more.
the first chicane, down into the second chicane. That is a
More
absolute
subbles.
classic Le Mans pass between the two chicanes. If you can force the car in front to outbrake himself even a fraction, and you get a clean run through, then you can slingshot by. That's a high-speed run between those two chicanes. VMAX there is as high as almost anywhere on the circuit. And so you get a great opportunity.
Man, Twitter is so mid.
Behind. Ooh,
Why do I spend so much time on it?
Sports Ferrari and the Van Wall behind, and that the Van Wall again not on the same lap. So James Baldwin making that pass for AMG Petronas. We ride on board with Colin Spork.
Spork.
In 5th position again.
Sorry, Colin, mate. Your name's a bit funny.
A top 6 finish in a field of this caliber in a race as tough as Le Mans 24-hour virtual is always going to be a big result.
Yeah, guys, if you actually want to see the onboard, exclamation mark, bicycle in the chat, that will give her the onboard.
I mean, you're a racing driver, you always want to
Double pedaling, sorry, it's when you're on both pedals at once. So when you're on your brake and throttle at the same time.
Maybe Spork is on the end of a second stint of tyres, maybe Baldwin is towards the end of a first stint on his
Jimmy,
tyres.
it's not funny.
You never quite know at this stage how old the tyres are on the car when you're watching from the outside, and so Colin Spork and James Baldwin may both have known what position the other car
Joe, that's
was
a pretty
in.
good
Because when you're
pretty good way of describing it.
Real or virtual, you are monitoring what your close rivals are doing. You're not really that bothered about what a car 13 laps behind is doing in terms of tyres and fuel, but the guys that are around you in your little immediate knot of cars, you know, maybe 5 or 6
I remember once upon a time I did a
you're
race
monitoring
with somebody,
north and south of you on that timing pylon. When did they
I asked him
stop?
to keep me up to
How
date
long was
with what
their
people
last
were
stop?
doing,
all of this
and what I
is
meant by
available
that
on
was with
the
people
timing.
around me in the
When did
race.
they how long was
He
their
took
last
that
stop? Oh, they
literally
took tyres.
and was
Okay,
telling
we
me
have-
like
all right, if he comes, let him go. His tyres are stint
he was telling me
rules.
what like GTs were
Don't kill
doing
the
whilst
car.
I was
Don't
racing
make
in
a
there and be like,
mistake.
"Oh, the GT
Let him
leader's just
go.
pitted now."
That's not our battle.
I was like,
We'll
"I
have
don't
fresher tyres
care."
than them at the end
Oh, the
of
guy
next
in
stint.
8th in GT has gone wide at the
It's all about
at the hairpin.
managing
Stop it!
getting the most out of what you've got and managing the driver's expectations as an engineer, either increasing his pace beyond what he thought previously was sensible or sustainable to what you now believe might be sensible or sustainable, or the opposite would be true, like reducing the pace a fraction, or say, okay, don't fight him. Don't let him go, but don't fight him. You don't want him to
it wasn't Phil, but yeah,
and it may well be
that was the one. That's a long time ago.
The case that James is actually lapping quicker at the moment because he's
Oh yeah, Serena, the Damon Hill and David thing. So what I was saying, so imagine you've got the three drivers together. You've got Damon Hill, David Coulthard, Johnny Herbert, right? So you've got Damon Hill, 1996 Formula 1 World Champion. That's how he's introduced. That's how he's introduced in his lower third.
Hope to catch you at Brands sometime.
Thank you, Jonathan, mate. Yeah, I'm sure you will. So Damon Hill, World Champion. David Coulthard won, what's it, 14 or 13 Grand Prix? 13 Grand Prix, 13 times Grand Prix winner. It's kind of funny.
On an outlap, and
Johnny Herbert, 2-time GP winner.
Was spot on.
There we go.
Okay.
Your young eyes are better than my elderly eyes, clearly.
Then it goes to like Nico Hülkenberg, and it's like 200 races enters. there's no accolades.
Ninfield, the pit lane is empty. In fact, the pit lane is empty. There is no one in who is still running. Yeah. that's
just some garages, just a few cars in some garages.
Now then, Lubov Ozretskovskaya in the Graf racing car appears to be lapping.
Does he have 3?
Yes.
No, he didn't. He win 2 at Benetton, right? And then won the race at
that issue, and again
that mental race in '99, the Norwegian GP.
Just a bit. Not least the.
I have not used any.
I don't know if we got an answer to.
Yeah, he has also won Le Mans. Yeah, he won Le Mans in the Mazda.
By the team next door.
Yeah.
But yeah, it certainly rolled
787B.
A few times. Yes.
It was quite the incident.
Yeah, that would have been a very substantial red flag period in real life.
Absolutely.
And
Johnny Herbert's one of those where it's like he could have been a lot more, but he had like this horrific injury.
They are different.
And if you ever, there's like a Beyond the Grid with him. It's actually really fascinating. So he had to have his ankle fused after having like this massive shunt in a lower formula.
We have red flags in real life for accidents.
And he was saying how like
we have them in the virtual world for different reasons.
He'd be going down the straight.
But multi-car
and like this is just like not long.
Not racing the Ferrari behind.
Not long after he busted his ankle, he was racing like in I think it was Interlagos or something like that, or somewhere in Brazil. And he said that his foot would bounce on the inside of the cockpit, and his ankle would hit the tub on the inside, and it was like agony. So he'd be going down the T1, hit the brakes, and like screaming as his foot smashing into the. Smashing into like the tub of the car, but he just kept going. And he said they offered him painkillers, but he said he didn't take them because they would have hindered him in the race. They would have been a bit so he just went out there and just fucking dealt with it.
An absolute several-hour red flag in a real race that barely even get noticed apart from the drama of the role in the virtual. So yeah, for all the fact that servers occasionally just have glitches or there have been denial of service.
Everyone walks.
All right, Chris. Chris's knowledge is better than mine, but
safe and big accident. I mean, big accidents in the virtual world don't stop everybody else's race and don't bring out red flags.
Yeah, but R9 always drove with some sort of injury. Even if he didn't have an injury, he drove with an injury.
So there's that as well. Out of the pit lane comes.
Well, the number 5 is being shown as.
Yes, it is. They've had a connection issue or two. No, AMG Williams.
That's AMG, yeah.
Nikodem, yeah. Well, Williams Esports, the number 5 car, is shown as stop, but Nikodem Wisniewski comes out of the pit lane. That's the car we were watching there, as we.
Occasional issues, chat.
Jack Baldwin now up to 3rd.
Occasional issues.
Car number 5. So they have had a connection issue.
TFW Jimmy called Hog ex-F1 driver. Gets hot seat.
Exactly. I think I can be credited for Nico Hülkenberg getting his Haas seat, right? I got him hungry again. I did that.
A few laps ago, AMG.
You can thank me later, Hülkenberg fans.
Versus Colin Sport. Let's jump on board with him then as he comes in towards Mulsanne corner, and you can see up ahead James Baldwin is getting a tow. We look back at what
I think it's LMP on stream because it's the closest fight.
as he will use the BS competition car for a little bit of slipstream. So
both of his fans.
Esports car now, the number 36 that is, the 37 also in the top 10.
We've disconnected.
Overall, given what they've been through.
There's been a lot of disconnects. I think genuinely it's about 50% of the field have had random disconnections.
37, so a couple of incidents they've had. So to walk away with a 9th place.
Like a disconnect in the field during an endurance race is fairly common,
in this race,
but
because you can have
not this many.
You can have a couple of incidents, but walk away with a few points still.
Never ever give up. And again, you know, talking about big teams, Redline, Coanda and so on, and then some of the smaller teams, 8th place, Brabham Esports.
Yeah.
David Brabham was in here yesterday afternoon and was
The
very
RF2 is like actually a really good, like a really good metaphor for it. It's like a race car.
Yeah, really
you know?
good result for that team.
When it works, it is amazing. You are involved, you're having a great time. But you're always on the lookout for something, because you know something is going to go wrong soon. If you get 60 laps out of your race car and you're like,
Let's take a look.
I don't know what's going on. You know. Oh yeah, it's Sedicist.
Where both the Proton Coanda GTE cars and the Porsche Esports team running in the LMP category are underway right now in the virtual Le Mans, the 24-hour race, the biggest sim race of the year. And you can see it, 2 sim rigs per car, 8 in total. On the wall, you got Aichen Gouven, you got Zach Campbell, all the data that you would have in any car in real life and more in a lot of ways. Mac Backham even sitting, getting ready to warm up and get in.
Look at these nerds. Meanwhile,
stints, because this race is underway. They're in stint 2 right now. We're doing a lot more than
meanwhile, we're in the gamer rig.
Setup. You can join us on twitch.tv/Porsche. Ask questions, get your behind-the-scenes coverage, unprecedented access to everything Porsche Esports for this race. So we'll see you there.
Reach out and touch, and that's what it's all about. And we heard that from the Peugeot team as well. You know, their future market for road cars, Peugeot particularly thinking about this, who aren't yet driving and aren't yet in a position to buy cars. They're not going to see adverts in newspapers. They're not going to see adverts on TV. They're going to see Peugeot competing at the highest level.
What happened in the CS:GO community?
And you know, it's that modern communication that they're looking to hook into, as much as competing in Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual is important. It's reaching a market they wouldn't reach by competing in the real Le Mans.
Hey guys,
24 hours,
screenshot any part of my stream. Free NFT, just for you.
As well. You know,
we're giving them away.
Porsche have always been very open doors and outward looking in a way that a lot of manufacturers are not with their racing operations. I'm right from the very early years days, and Porsche exist almost to go motor racing. Selling cars is not sort of a collateral part of it, but they exist to go motor racing and are very proud of their heritage. And they're trying to build that
how many laps do you have remaining?
As well as in the real world.
Oh.
3.5.
They qualified really strongly.
A what? A what? What the hell is a Thursby?
Another
that real?
Stop. They've had plenty of pace, and they went very left field as well, Chris, in qualifying. They gave their drivers 1 lap in hyperpole just to get it done. No time and no fuel for errors. It was a really high-pressure situation, and it seems that...
I'm going to rejoin because the game is not running smoothly.
Coanda house, and it's now no longer the Coanda
house.
Oh, a
frisbee.
Huge Coanda
I mean, that's not
among the
awful.
GT drivers and among the prototype drivers is that they
was it like a malicious thing,
and they're not under pressure from it.
I've thrown frisbees at people's heads. I never meant to.
And I think that's a fantastic sort of esprit de corps within these teams, that they see it as something that they strive to attain.
Thank you, Burby.
Slightly cowed by the challenge that's put on.
Good. There's nothing wrong with the cursed eyes.
Isn't it? And I mean, people like Aichen Gouven, you know, raced in the Porsche Super Cup.
Yep.
Sports car racer as well. He must have been incredibly impressed when he went into that. I mean, you can see why they're doing as well as they are. Currently running up in P2. Here we have a look before we come back to more of that. This
Our
is
stream live chat getting on.
This team, they are on an out lap.
Yep.
They have just been into the pit lane, but not for the type of pit stop we would have expected. Usually we see teams coming in for a full pit stop.
Oh, okay.
A very, very quick pit stop for them. So it was a quick in and out, 42 seconds roughly. But here we see the number 20 car, Josh Rogers, jumps in. There's a name very familiar to the Le Mans Virtual Series. And not only that, the front of the field as well. Josh Rogers,
I'm so crunchy. Guys, SGP!
But a short stop for the AMG Petronas team.
Our server's more stable.
Their last pit stop for AMG Petronas, James Baldwin. 1 minute 6.
Don't die.
Pit stop for Alpine Esports College Sport. So that was fuel only. 1 minute 18 is 62.78. That's either a very long routine fuel stop or a short fuel fill and tyres.
Oh my god, an hour 7 left. I actually am like
counting. What are we? An hour and 7 minutes. 2 more full stops.
Fingers chilling.
End of the race, and that's where they've taken their short stop, where they retain track position.
It's your husband's birthday.
And give him fresh tyres. So
Loco Chef. Loco Chef.
Loco Chef. Taken a short stop there.
Happy birthday.
I used one cut, so I'm at 68.25.
to get through the pit lane, plus 20 for tyres. That's 52 seconds. They were in there for 78
No, I was helloing
seconds.
because I don't know who joined.
78 minus 52. There's 26
that I don't know
seconds
either.
worth of fuel.
Why do you always say I look tired, man? I don't need to hear that.
They saved themselves 6 seconds on that pit stop. That's what this creeping fuel economy gives you. It doesn't necessarily.
I'm the funniest boomer.
A visible full lap. What it leaves is more and more.
Oh my god, Oracle are catching!
And then when you get towards the end of the race, at one stage, and that's probably the button they just pressed, AMG team
Thank you, Beardy.
Shorter stationary time, and that brings them back out in 5th place, but only
the gin stock is needed.
21.
Yeah, about that.
Behind the leaders. So, you know, in 1 minute and 20 seconds is a full fuel stop. So nobody is going to need an extra full fuel stop over in.
Looking radiated today. Nice, thank you.
Race. But you know, the closer you
I'm back on Twitter again. What's wrong with me? What am I hoping to find on Twitter? Some answer to some question that's going to make my life better. There's nothing here for me. Yeah, I'm still scrolling. Why? What am I looking at?
He will need to stop. Well, the further he goes into the final hour, the less time he remains stationary. And I sort of thought, again, without a strategy computer to back it up, I sort of thought that the last stop, he was just about the last of the GTEs to stop, which means he will be just about the last to stop going into the final hour, which means he'll need to stop for less time, and he's already the leader. So things are well positioned for R8G. Are they
all sent me memes. Last time I did, I went on Twitter, right, and I was like, "Yo, just hashtag me in like
have a little celebration
in something. Hashtag me. That's a millennial thing. Do a hashtag. I'll go find it, and I'll scroll through the memes. I did it, and like it took maybe like 4 or 5 posts before there was a dick.
And to take the Le Mans Series title, and in 3rd place, Ibrahim Khan.
This is why I don't.
Who to go? BMW, the BS.
Don't let you do things.
Yes, after this.
Project 1 up to 4th place, the best of the Porsches now, ahead of the 88.
Who's in our after Bicycle?
The Ferraris. Well, the remaining Ferraris.
There's just one stint, or
in 6th, Simsa in 7th, ahead of the Satellite Racing Aston Martin, which is the best Aston now, in 8th place. And
good chat.
Again, I sense that Satellite may be on a
I'm jumping in for the last one.
Schedule to some of the others, because they were down sort of 11th, 12th. They now appear to be 7th, 8th. So maybe the Oracle, Red Bull, Marla, and so on will come back past them in the closing stages. Maybe that they won't.
Well, this is the R8G car.
Just Mr. Green, just go to Google and type in Max Verstappen laughing. That'll come up.
With R8G.
How's my GR Yaris? I barely mentioned it. It's good, man.
They would move up to 2nd in the championship, and Oracle Red Bull would move down to 4th.
The fragrance, just go on to type in Max Verstappen laughing on Google. You will find that.
Gaining relatively few points. And Satellite, if they finish where
no,
they
I don't
are
think
now,
it is.
In 8th position, will creep a little
Spoopy.
further up the order as well. In the LMP category, Well, the chances of the #1 Team Redline car winning it, I'm afraid, have gone for a Burton.
You know what I've been driving most recently is a GC8, the Impreza. That car is just so nice to drive.
But Porsche Co-Anda at the moment,
It's a bit floppy because it's like 20 odd years old and stock suspension, but it's nice.
73 for Team Redline, 72 right now for #4 Floyd Van Walburst, 71 for AMG Team Williams, 70 for the 23 Porsche. That's why they changed the lineups around and top-loaded the #20 car because it had a better championship.
No, I didn't manage a sub 350.
And so, yeah, I
think 50.7 was my best time.
Looking like it was a very good decision. They would have taken the battle all the way.
The R32, I don't take out the R32 in the winter.
As of now, it looks as though the Redline team.
That's the only car that I still baby is that car. The rest of them's like, yeah, fuck it. But
however, these are as of now, so that's the way they.
Gonna be an interesting vibe in the Redline camp, isn't it?
Nothing else change.
One wins it, and the other one just DC'd.
Of course, nothing ever changes in the final hour of Le Mans. Well, what doesn't change is the support we have received from all of our partners and sponsors.
Yes, you have the R35.
The Le Mans Series
Virtual. Like, I don't have a car that I dislike.
Let's see.
Which is like the most privileged thing I've ever said in my fucking life. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna go. Fucking YouTubers. More like a bad year, am I right? The cars I drive sort of day to day are the ones I have at home, so it's the R35, the Yaris, or the Impreza.
But drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes.
Where's my pit stop? Total Energy. I am an influencer. I demand what I'm not entitled to. Give me your energy bars. Look, that's me right there. I'm a gamer.
Virtual race, real power.
I can do my own version of that little sort of like vocalization at the end there. Total Energy.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile.
In the #1 Team Redline car took the lead early on. Huge drama and the first of a number of issues for the Graf Racing team. Rain arrived in the late afternoon as was forecast, but so too did server problems. We reset the field after a red flag and then a multi-car pile-up in traffic. Look at this, the Mark Martin replay video of this race so far.
Yeah, I've still got the PO box, yeah.
Dodging all the bullets coming at him, Matrix style. Plenty of racing going on all the way through into the night, even down to the speed limit line.
Punterino, Jimmer.
The Brabham car there picking up a position.
Thank you, Diversus. Yeah, we're planning on doing Daytona.
Through the day and through the night, the battles continued intense on track. 71, the championship leaders in GTE, forcing the issue as they try to retake
What do you think of this Renault Twingo 3?
Is that the cute one?
But they are still
there is a new one, I have no interest.
Manska, you're finally using the engine, I'm proud of you.
And a little earlier than most in Europe, it was light.
Number 10 loses time coming
End
off
of the race,
slower
let's use it
corners.
now.
Gears?
Competitors, but the racing continued frantically with traffic always producing a moment or two of
that was us getting wrecked by a car there. Good move, solid move.
Team Project One Porsche working its way back up the order after early problems. Porsche and GR battling as at R8G are just firing up those rear tyres a little too eagerly.
Check Twitter. If there is a penis,
Redline,
if I go on here and there's a fucking penis, I will come. No, I will be frustrated.
Alpine Esports and the number 20 from Porsche Coanda. Great battle in the last hour for fourth place between AMG Team Williams and Alpine.
Oh my.
Alpine currently lying in second spot. Final hour of the race. And Martin Haven and Chris McCarthy watching the action with you.
Team party starter.
Right now,
where is
leading Alpine in the pit, so they will lose that second place back to Porsche Coanda and return to the battle with AMG Team Petronas and AMG Team Williams, who again stopped a little earlier than most of the other runners. 23 from Porsche Coanda up to 6th, ahead of the number 4 Floyd Van Wilburst, ahead of Brabham, ahead of the second Alpine, and rounding out the top 10 Panis. Some other notable problems for cars with connections.
Remember fuel
and mechanical frailty.
I can't see it, that's why I'm saying.
Number 1 Redline car out of the race and rejoining very late indeed. The Rocket Sports
I'm going to repost that, my guy.
Been disconnected early on, reappeared briefly like a phantom in the early morning and disappeared again.
That is fantastic.
R8G lead with the Ferrari that was on pole. 2 BMWs complete the podium right now. BMW Team Redline, the championship leaders, champions elect, and BMW Team BS Competition, ahead of rivals from Project One and Proton, the 2 Porsches, then Sim Maranello and Simsa, their pair of Ferraris. Satellite Racing in 8th place, the best of the Aston Martins in the field. There they are at the top of the pile there in 8th place, ahead of Marla and Oracle Red Bull. Their championship hopes have evaporated with the morning sunshine and they have slipped down the order, clinging on to 10th, ahead of InSpeed Racing from the Shanghai International Circuit. So we are into very close to the final stops now for GT, and in fact Proton Coanda, the number 88, the remaining Coanda GTE car, has just made its final stop. Our leader in GTE is Alex Smolyar. He will be one of the last to head into the pits, and as a result, the race leader in GTE will spend less time stationary
14
than
seconds
his rivals,
left
we believe,
to the Red Bull.
And that will only help to extend his advantage, which is now getting on for a minute and 3/4.
Remind me of the cut situation. How many do we have to play with?
Enzo Benito. You say a minute and 3/4.
68.25.
Sounds like quite a long time.
Well, they want me to do a selfie for Marla.
What is max?
Let's do it live.
72.
Any mechanical problem, any nerf into the barriers, any contact from a faster LMP car.
Right, so we are only 55 minutes away from the end of Le Mans Virtual. We're currently, I think, fighting for P9 against the Oracle car, one of our fastest drivers in the car at the moment.
Are you here?
So yeah, all to play for. Top 10 finish should be amazing. P9 would be even better.
What was
but still 55 minutes you have to go. One take, Broadbent! One take, Broadbent! You've never seen! You've never seen!
They are going to have to do one more stop. Sasha Lehman in the car now.
So you know, if you go to first gear and you put the throttle down, you'll move the car forward. It will save me a little bit of lap time.
It looked as if...
Okay, so once the...
Just do it.
Unfortunately, they are now beginning their penultimate stop. In fact, their last pit stop was a full service, so
interesting.
A minute 27.
What I did for you the last time.
So that was
50.8.
A full
54.05, Mick, when I exited the pits.
Yeah, they're not going to gain any real advantage.
Forgot to press record. Actually took a photo. That'll be like me.
We've seen how close the points are. Just outside.
That's 5 seconds out with my prediction.
Battle of AMG supremacy, isn't it?
It's double points here as well, so this would give
5 seconds on the
Petronas
good
team
or
an
the wrong
extra
side?
6 points at this one place, which is a
rough
huge
calculation
when there's 4
of
points
when we
between 4
expected.
cars.
How long this stint should last.
The reason we have 2 AMG teams, AMG Team Williams and AMG Team Petronas, is that, of course, AMG are the powertrain suppliers to Mercedes Formula 1.
5 seconds are out, wrong, because the smaller the difference, the smaller the time, the better for us. But doesn't matter.
Yeah, camera. I was just like recording the screen.
I think it will be 15 laps. I don't expect 16.
This is actually a remote control for my TV. There you go.
They just happen to have the same powertrain association. In the same way that on a Formula 1 racetrack, the Williams, Mercedes, and the Mercedes are definitely not teammates.
Look at this.
There we go.
Almost as if he lifted off the throttle there, Martin, wasn't it?
Now, do they need a little bit of a fuel save?
That was interesting.
Is he happy to let James Baldwin go ahead?
He just pulled over, didn't he?
Is he happy to let Baldwin go ahead and then sit behind him and hoover up the toe, slow Baldwin down, increase marginally Baldwin's...
I would love to know how many people have clicked that Max Verstappen stream link. I want to know how much traffic we've sent him over the course of this race.
That's a potential situation where they might be going, let him go, we need to save fuel, we need to save fuel.
They'll have a short pit stop too.
Half a lap short at the end.
Nikodem Wisniewski has won this race. He's been on the podium twice.
Yep.
He is someone who has raced in this ever since this series was born back in 2020.
Yep.
So he knows what he's doing out there, and he's not someone that would pull aside and let someone take a podium off him. There's no doubt about that.
And for all the fact that we might be using a finger in the wind guesswork, the guys.
Okay, I get you.
Well, during this stream, or during there's been 2,500 commands used. So I have to wonder how many that then translates into.
A really hard fought mirror-to-mirror pass. He was allowed by...
Oh shit, did I miss like a fucking $41 donation?
Up into the Dunlop curve. Make it as clean as you can. Sit behind him.
Thank you, Movie Nation. This is Vroom Vroom Pie style. Thank you, mate. Sorry that I missed that, dude. Did that come up?
The other way round, rather.
DJ Box.
No, it is. Yeah, Baldwin's behind Wisniewski.
Yes.
Baldwin having let Wisniewski by the
So I don't have the delta on me. I'm looking at RPM. That's how I drive.
Reduce the efficiency of the slipstream for
You don't have what? I don't see the gap because I look at RPM.
Cars in the queue, so when you're piggy in the middle there, you are getting a tow from the car in front, but the car behind...
Right, so now it is a sprint to the line between us and Oracle. We're about 18 seconds back. We've got a quick guy in the car now.
Oh yeah, pretty much on the straights.
Esports car potentially.
Oh, no, you're right. Is that number 5 car?
So that might be the 5 car.
Yeah, the TS leak was me, Tom.
I thought that was Nikodem Wisniewski for
a second. It flashed up for a second. I was on display capture, completely unintentional. I felt really bad about it, but
through you go.
What can you do, man?
So this battle is still on between Wisniewski.
That does make more sense.
I was trying to figure out why they would be doing that, but Wisniewski isn't doing that. Look how close this is.
But it was really interesting how like some guy randomly joined, right? And like you think, right, okay, this guy's obviously like gone, right, I'm gonna go join this now because I've got the details. I'm gonna go and be annoying. Just popped in and said hello, Jimmer, and then got banned.
23 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, could fool a simple man quite easily. Luckily we didn't.
It was like he got in the door and was like, oh shit, I didn't think I'd get this far. What do I do now?
That's the blue tail of the Silver Arrow. And the pink tail of the Silver Arrow we ride on board with. Pinky red, there you go.
There we go.
That is Baldwin. Baldwin's in the slipstream.
DJ did not pit.
Looking for the pass, outside, inside, the Simpson car. Now then, he was told somebody's coming out the pit lane. That's why he didn't try and send it inside. He was content to sit around the outside.
Doesn't matter, that doesn't make sense.
Pass around the outside.
Please don't put the Reno, Jimmer.
That, again,
how's the leaky roof this morning?
It's not just about setting the car up and managing the fuel and making sure the right tyres are in the oven for any eventuality.
I also want to know who's in the car for them.
Don't go inside. There's somebody coming out of the pit lane. It's
yeah,
like
it is a shame, Tom.
The driver
I thought that was my fault, honestly.
And like their first proper lap time.
I thought that was all my fault. But I then found out that another team leaked everything. And I think only links to TS, so...
Don't go in, go outside.
Thinking on your feet, you have to be very quick. You can't switch off for a second, can you, in these races?
And you know, and that could have saved them the mother and father of all accidents and a chance to finish on the podium and second or third in the championship.
Yeah, I've done my stints.
A lot of prize money as well, you know. So
it's not even that. It's just, damn, I let myself down by not spotting that potential danger, and that's, you know.
God, the Porsches sound good though, don't they?
Is at as high a level here as in pro real life racing, because this is professional racing. again, we talked about it, and we have done right since 2020.
Kubo
the
almost
cars
to
are the
record.
only thing here that is not physically real.
Yeah.
Every other emotion, element, frustration, jubilation, luck of the draw, everything else that you would find in a real 24 Hours of Le Mans is here as well. It happens slightly differently, but it does happen. And all of that, again, you know, traffic. It's not a real actual car, but you can't drive through it any more than you could with a real actual car. And if it just happens to be in the wrong way, it's not a fault of the AI, it's not a fault of the system, it's just the way the cards have fallen. And that, unfortunately, cost the Williams there just a fraction on the Petronas car. So James Baldwin, again, just creeps away a second or two, but that's enough that he's not under threat, under braking. Suddenly he's released to drive the line he wants to get the best out of the car. He doesn't have to keep one eye on the mirror and cover a potential attack.
Now, further up the road, Josh Rogers, half a second quicker last time than Chris Lullum. Of course, you know,
I'm hungry, chat.
Chris Lullum is managing
what have I got
this
here?
race, and knowing him as a driver for a long time,
some ketchup.
There is very good chance that
and
that
some
is
salt.
the case, but nevertheless, 20 seconds.
Let's do it.
In a 47 minutes.
TS is TeamSpeak.
With a pit stop as well.
Plus, have Team Redline got tyres that are the same age as Porsche Coanda in second place? Or...
True.
Now, we talked about this...
Pete, I didn't get any pit stops. I had a Salt Bay version.
The standard is that you double stint
where everyone's tired of seeing it.
Into the pit lane comes James Baldwin.
Pleasner Punterino, Jimmo.
Okay, so
Simuku Blink isn't working.
Well,
Don't know if you know.
Oh, they must have changed something. I'll change it next time.
Leading the way in GT.
Yeah, very much. Let's catch up with Alex and have a chat with Scott Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I've managed to Skype in
Sounds
to
tasty.
Scott Andrews in the race-leading R8G 888 Ferrari.
Hello, mate.
Scott, you've got Alexander Smolyar driving the car for you at the moment, leading the race over a minute to the good. The nerves must be jangling, though, mate.
Hello, Alex. Yeah.
Scott, what's that?
Yeah, just
what you got there, mate?
in one of those positions where it's kind of like,
what's that down there?
you know,
12
we've ticked
seconds
all the
behind,
boxes
basically.
to this point, and it's just like, all right, let's just pray that nothing goes wrong now.
Yes, 12 seconds, Stevenson is driving.
Yeah, so we're just, you know, we don't really need to push
You can
at this
watch
point,
RPM.
and
I will update you every lap.
we're just sort of trying to bring
Because
it
the
home.
RPM is my
Nicely,
reference.
just under an hour to go. Have you had the official "let's just bring it home" conversation between the team now? Is that as the pushing? Have you been given a lap time to drive to make sure you make the end of the race?
No lap time per se. I think, as you know,
Yeah,
it's
still
like
in third. That's nice, though.
Many different people have different like comfort zones. Like some guys
How
have
we
to
doing,
push,
fella?
otherwise they'll crash because they'll
P9.
lose concentration, and some guys
I'm not sure what the gap
might
is, though.
get too nervous if they're pushing and, you know, overcorrect the slide or something so tiny that can completely ruin the race. So I think everyone's just
Going to bed, Jimmer. Hope you have a great day.
Bench 11 seconds. Oh shit, man.
Giving the LMP2s as much room as we can.
Yeah, those LMP2 drivers, a complete nightmare out on track.
You know when he crosses the line?
So you've been
then
in the top
tell me
6
the
in
gap,
this race before.
and the
You've
following
driven
lap, tell me
prototype
his lap
cars
time
in IMSA,
and the gap.
GTs in IMSA. If there's a sports car you're in,
Do it like that.
What will
I will
winning
do it
this
as
race
a
in a GTE
put in the
car
seat.
mean to you personally?
Okay.
You know, it'd mean a lot. I can't.
I mean,
quite call it
random
redemption,
RF2
but,
discos have been
I
a
think
thing
you
for
were there
years,
in
and I would say that
2021,
is probably RF2's fault.
we had a
Them
pretty
getting
good lineup
DDoSed
in
is not their
GTE
fault.
with Kessel Racing.
But as some people brought up,
we actually led the thing
might have been
for a
an
little
idea to
bit
have some security.
and had to retire in the night with a clutch issue. So it's not quite redemption, but the amount of work that everybody puts into this sim racing and to this event.
I genuinely believe they should just like
behind the
move on to
scenes,
the next game with R
you
Factor
know,
now.
Not just the drivers, but the engineering
I'm not.
as well. You know, every
There's just
single
too
team
many
that turned
holes in
up to this
RF2.
event
It's
has
always
just
been
put in
this
so
way. I
much
used to
effort.
drive this game back in the day. I used to do a lot of racing back in 2016,
it's
2017 in
big
this.
to even be competitive. in this.
And some of the problems that I had even during my stint, like little mini freezes, and nearly caused me to have a massive crash actually, but got away with it. I've been there since then. They were worse back then.
I'm a little bit rusty, so I haven't been at my best, but I'm just really thankful to be with such a good team, and you know, my teammates are just amazing. And
I want to always succeed. I always want every sim to succeed, but at some point you've got to just sort of like acknowledge that maybe it needs something else.
43 minutes to go, and the nerves are coming in. You know what it's like, mate.
Problem is, if you badmouth any sim, not even badmouth, if you criticize every sim, and I think it's constructive criticism, then you are a shill for the other sim.
I believe Timo should be taking it over. I've got my live timing set up here.
Leak!
I think
that was tricky because I had to let some guy through and had like 3 LMP1s in sector 1.
We're a little bit worried about.
So don't worry about the pace.
Alex's internet, obviously, he disconnected super early on. And we
waiting for Rensport, another game that's in like beta. We'll see. I hope it's good. You know, I want to see every game succeed because it means we get more to drive, we get more events like this. And whilst the event itself maybe hasn't been the best one, given the red flags, I still think like the show put on.
He's cutting like a pig.
Is
11.8. Who is cutting?
So we just sort of
it's pretty nice.
We kind of planned on doing the 15-lap stints.
I guess I just want. I guess maybe I'm a little bit just. I'm just like hopeful. Like I want things to do well. I mean, I've been very fortunate to go real racing, but I still fucking love sim racing. You know, I wanted to succeed, so it's always like bittersweet these events.
And you know, just do everything right.
Yeah, so you've got the car,
I'm driving
you've got
to
the track
15,
position,
okay?
you've got everything.
Yes.
All you need now is the luck through these final few minutes of the race. Scott, thanks so much for joining us. Back to you guys in the commentary team, and best of luck, Scott Andrews.
Thank you, Thomas.
Upcoming YouTube video tile, we beat Max Verstappen in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Everything crossed, isn't it? But I'm sure that's the position they are in. And
well, it's just a talent I possess, you know.
Out of the pit lane, they stopped during that chat. Enzo Benito is now in from second place. And that stop was
how competent. Competent, because I'm not in the car anymore.
So a full service for R8G. And that will take them through to the end of the race. Surprised they needed that long. Maybe part of that was 20 seconds for fresh
I love
tires.
watching these cars. Wait, this is damaged.
I mean, it's really impressive. It's going to be the first time we've seen an R8G car on the podium since 2020 in this 24-hour race when they finished third place.
Thank you,
in
Des.
Corvette. Last year, that Tesla R8G, which it was known as then, was 8th place. And that just shows you the step forward.
P10 is close. They are gaining.
They were just that one outfit, pretty much.
But we're still P9.
But they've taken, as we heard from their team boss a little earlier, they've taken a young driver lineup with the likes of Scott on board as well, and really brought them forward. And it's proven very well so far in this race. You know, we've seen them on the top step once this season.
It's going to be close.
But this is the one that everyone wants to win, isn't it?
Interesting, they were saying that they were worrying about Alex Smoljar's internet connection, and so they put Timotej Andonovski
Do you
into
usually
the car.
race in VR?
Kevin Siggy
if so, what headset?
I don't really, although I do like VR. I've got a Valve Index.
Pit lane and gained 0.2 of a second only in the pit stops over Timotej Andonovski, so not enough to close anything down as they head
How's it this morning?
Better. It stopped raining, fortunately, so it's given a chance to dry out a bit. But it's definitely like it was definitely as bad as I've seen it yesterday. So I'm hoping that the guy can come out tomorrow. And the thing is, the guy can come out tomorrow. I think he's just a glazier, a glazier. I don't know if I can know. A blazer. He like is just looking at the other part. But maybe we'll spot something on the roof that I can then go into.
Porsche Commander continuing to keep themselves right in the thick of the action. And again, right in the thick of the action here. Great onboard views and looking back as well.
Looking back at the R8G car, it's the looking back from Panis Racing. You can see the number 18 R8G car in chase as they come in towards Mulsanne corner. Now this is a battle
Don't worry, I'm not dead.
The top 10.
Thank you. I nearly died just then, man.
With that R8G car, these two swapping places.
Please no puntery, no jimmer.
Thank you, Jack, mate.
Any idea why the bottom teams are showing purples even though they're leagues behind? Uncle Jimmy.
What was his last lap time?
No, maybe best driver of the car.
Please, so many real-world teams from World
It's good to hope for more events like this, but I just like how the exclusivity of this race prevents the broader community from racing in the LM24.
And as in the first
yeah, I know. I'm sad about that. It's just a deal, isn't it, though?
I was like, I did the 51.
Just licensing.
I'm fine.
That's all I need to do.
The 124 in Bing Chilling.
But I think they will drop a bit more than us after a few laps.
Have you ever considered owning an electric?
No, not really.
During lockdown to keep that connection between all their staff members who are, you know, across
0.6, mate. God. I reckon he's going to catch us.
New Zealand and the engineers and half the drivers are in Japan and actually. Okay, you can have a Zoom call, and that's, yeah, okay, great, hi, how are you? Yeah, we're still stuck inside as well.
Just to
okay,
compare, my pace to compare to Bruno or whoever is in the BS car is, what are they doing?
In the real world, that really they felt was worth all the time and effort that they put in and helped keep them sharp.
That's what they did, wouldn't they? They set up like they
51-4
at their base, didn't they?
Going to be a battle for P9
could be doing high 50s.
Exactly as they would, and it was really
Thank you, Shane.
interesting reading back through the.
Yeah, I know, man. I reckon they are going to catch us.
Let's see what we can do.
Drivers that raced in that Toyota team, a lot of them put that down as one of the proudest achievements of their careers. Being invited.
Oh, damn it, were you? Oh man, what a shame.
The likes of Brendan Hartley and Nakajima, and the drivers who've gone on and won this race with that team and the World Endurance Championship several times. So
exactly right.
It was a fantastic call-up for them and something they will carry with them forever. And now we've seen the likes of Peugeot follow in their footsteps with a very smart setup of their own. We've seen what Porsche have got. Alex has, of course, been over to Mercedes and Williams. We've had Haley over in France as well. And you can just see the value it brings to them as teams.
Well, it's like the real Le Mans. You can't go in half-cocked with a sort of, let's just go and do it.
No half-cock.
You can't just sort of throw yourself into this. This has to be really properly prepared.
I want the Martin Havens Cyberpunk
really
meme.
Run because
he says come a lot.
With you on the grid
I'm back in a
second.
second.
To do everything in their power to make their cars as perfect as possible and to make their driving as perfect as possible. And then you just hope that luck smiles on you, that you don't have issues, mechanical frailty, punctures.
What do I think about all these DC and server issues? I think the server issues were due to like a DDoS.
Good race, but once again a bit of a bad event.
It's hard to
Drivers shouldn't be losing laps to shoddy servers. They really need to fix this.
I know, man. I feel like you can't give them shit for someone attacking their servers, but I also think at the same time like there should be some security in place to help that not happen. The DCs, the random DCs that are not related to that are unacceptable. I think over half the field have had a DC at some point.
Just when you need it least, particularly at weekends.
And this like weird justification that it's like a like it's like the real world. It's like, well, no, the idea is that we try and make a better version of that, right?
Jimmer, electric might be good for daily use. Parents have an ID3 and it's cost about £65 for 6,300 miles of use. Means more funds elsewhere.
Maybe, but I'd have fun in that.
Putting their lead at danger, of course, his signal just playing up slightly where he is.
So I'm just trying to like see this from like an actual perspective, because it's so easy to get like emotional about something, especially on the internet. Everyone is very keen to go straight to the extreme straight away. I can say that I'm not the biggest fan of motorsport games. I'm not a fan of what they're sort of monopolising things, especially with things not looking great for them.
MANS 24 hours in Pyongyang Racer, sponsored by Rich Energy.
Oh, now we're talking.
Esports, these guys are coming in as well, so this battle continues. Casabon just
it is tough, man.
as they come into the pit lane.
There we can see Redline pulling away.
Yeah. Well, it happened to us as well, Speedbird, you know.
Is just a little bit further up from that.
It happened to other drivers as well. It happened to a lot of people apart from Verstappen. And I agree. I don't think it's acceptable.
I really would love to know how many track limits this guy has, honestly, because every single lap I look at the Delta, I don't see it.
In the pit lane, think they should, in theory, all be good to make it to the end, unless somebody is half a tank, half a stint.
Yeah, it's not. It's 2K entry for the season. You have to pay to enter this.
If they are. So, Team Redline.
New racing line out of Centenary Rouge.
And no driver change. Minute and 6. So 32 and 32, 64 seconds. So a minute and 6 seconds. There were no tyres taken. None taken by Josh. Oh, look at this. Last pit stop for Team Redline. 1 minute 6.400. Last pit stop for Porsche Coanda, 1 minute 6.400. To the 100th of a second, their final pit stops are identical. Wow. And that's the
Who am I selling out to?
Win a race like this,
what do you mean don't sell out?
It's relentless.
Who am I selling out to? I'm telling you my opinions.
100th of a second difference between the reactions of those two drivers. Getting in, stopping on their marks, getting out, not speeding in the pit lane, getting down to speed. I mean, that's astonishing.
It's not just that, it's the two teams around them, isn't it? The two strategies which have played out exactly the same within that final pit stop. But as you said, Chris Lullum and Josh Rogers bringing that car in at exactly the same pace.
And so the gap, pre-pit stop and after pit stop, has not altered by 100th.
No.
Only the outlaps and the in-laps will make any difference in that gap, first to second, which is still just about 22 seconds. Chris Lullum leads, or led at last split by 21.9. Now, the top two stopped exactly identical pit stop times. Sasha Lehman,
but I get nothing.
1 minute 27.8.
I get nothing for taking part in this race.
So that's tyres.
I get to stream it.
The final stint, Alpine with tyres.
I actually asked to take part in this race because I like this event when it works.
Up to 4th place, a 57.2.
Oh my God.
So 32 of those seconds are the station.
Yeah, we're watching.
What was his last lap?
He spent 25 seconds.
No, he's coming across the line now.
Not 32. So there.
But he is like all over track limits everywhere.
50.5.
End of the race.
Okay.
And that may put them back.
That's a bit more like it.
For 3rd place, Nikodem Wisniewski in 5th.
Dennis and Yuri are telling me that you should slow down.
Yeah, when it works.
Jesper Pedersen, Arne Skernfleet.
Run away!
Dirim and driver change in Panis for the final stint. So LeBurge is back in for the final stint. He's at Gillison out in Yasheat, and a driver change in the 86 GR esports car.
Yeah, of course I get money from like the views on the stream, but I get that from any stream.
Is also just pitted.
Where are they? And the gap is that. Look how wide he's going. Come on, look at that shit, man.
Team Redline, the leaders, have made 34 stops now. Porsche Coanda 36. Alpine
I get it. You get a certain amount of like
AMG team
of track limits, right? But he's just like.
So the question is, do Alpine?
I guess he's just using up the track limits. I guess you can do that. I guess that's part of the race, but there's no effort.
Exited second of all, Standout.
It's going to be an interesting half an hour, and I've got none of the answers and all of the questions. And if anybody's ever heard me commentate on anything before, that's
3. What the hell?
I don't think it can.
And it was Porsche, isn't it? I mean,
because the way the track limits are done, yeah, it's like they're like tokens basically. You have a certain amount to use before you get slapped, and the severity of it. He's just sending it everywhere.
2 drive-throughs, I think it was. A couple of drive-throughs.
Yeah, it's a resource exactly. It's just mad seeing it in the.
And they will look back on that, given it's 32 seconds to get from pit entrance to pit exit, and the gap is 20.
I have to explain myself regarding my stream income because people are mad about motorsport games, and because they're mad about motorsport games, they're mad about they're just mad at whatever's around them.
It's the final.
Blame the streamer.
If you like, it's that final moment where you think, that's where it all went
Blame
wrong.
the streamer, who agrees with me mostly, but I'm going to blame him anyway.
it's unlikely that one race decides everything.
If that Ferrari can come back a little, that'd be nice.
Position over the season. Looking here at the Oracle Red Bull car, under real pressure from
this lap
behind.
was a bit shit.
That's the
Simsa Ferrari. Now that is not for position because the Simsa car is chasing Sim Maranello on track, but a long way ahead of Sim Maranello. So this is actually to put a lap on.
Sector 2, I got bought in the second
gap
Mulsanne.
First to second, Timotej Andonovski ahead of Kevin Siggy by 1 minute 48 seconds. Give or take a few hundreds.
You know, I got to give it to him, man. He is fucking pushing.
Competition just 37 seconds behind the Redline BMW, and with 27 minutes, he's not really going to catch him, is he? So
no, we're still in. I'm just not driving anymore. So this is the guy trying to catch us.
Unless somebody dives into the pits at the last minute. If there is a splash and dash, then all bets are off. But again, only the team are really going to be.
Watch him coming out of the Corvette curve, man.
Yeah, we've got Rory McDuff in for his pit stop. So this has got to be one of the final ones. Brabham on their way out. So we're looking at possibly, or what should hopefully be, the final stops. We wouldn't like to see anyone having to come in again for any other reason other than a bit of fuel. Scheduled stops, this looks like these could be the last of the third running of the 24-hour Le Mans virtual.
It could well be. So we should have, I think, our GTE and LMP leaders good to go, which is good news for the drivers that are watching, because
it's going to be close, man.
All they can do is chew
their
nails and hope their teammate doesn't bin it in the final half an hour. Or fate, its fickle finger doesn't come searching for them. Earlier on yesterday, after start of the race, we had a great little look around the facility at the Shanghai International Circuit being used by the all-Chinese lineup in speed racing, and they've got a little update for us. Let's take a look.
They're showing the Red Bull on screen, but he's doing quite some cuts, so I don't know if he has
phenomenal
many left, and that's why he's doing it.
He has loads left. He's cutting the entire lap, mate. I saw from the Delta.
2 full teams of drivers.
His lap time always goes out.
And a practice rig right beside their race rig to get you up to speed and to try different things. Commentary position for 9 commentators. They've got guests at boardroom. They've got a campsite. They've got all sorts of stuff going on there. A really, really nice looking deal. And of course, for the first time in 3 years in China, actually allowed to open doors and have people inside, and that's only within the last month.
The only thing, Mick, is with Sector 3 is I cannot risk.
Do whatever you feel
slightly eased inside China. So
I know, I mean, like, I'm actively being careful, because if I do 2 cuts there, we have a penalty.
Sure for the team.
Yuri just said he had 50 cuts left at the start of his stint.
Still a very niche sport among Chinese.
When I had my car, Yuri,
this has been a really good performance.
At like 4 AM in the morning, I said an Italian gave me the car with 50 cuts, basically.
They didn't finish the first race.
We've been living off peanuts since then.
Since then, their best result has only been 15th place, and they've really struggled to get up to speed.
Oh, fuck off with that attitude, Sonic, man. Fucking hell.
Maybe they are just putting their focus.
You're going to start blaming the teams now. You're going to start blaming the drivers for the organisation. Are you going to be that guy? Is your brain that smooth? Evidently, mate. Fucking hell.
They've made so much progress. They must have put a lot of working over the winter break, and they now run in 11th place.
I wonder how much is because now, only for the first time in this race, have they been allowed to be even.
Oh, you are actually genuinely a moron. Okay, that's fine, mate.
Of the COVID regulations in
I'll let you just. I'll let you tie yourself out.
If I stay very low 51s, are we okay?
Within the 2 weeks lead up to the race, suddenly they can be together in that same facility, and that must make a difference.
Don't answer now. I'm going Porsche
first. Speed of learning, your speed of changing everything over. Last pit stop for Sasha Lehmann. He's just left the pits for Alpine Esports, so they've gone from 3rd back down to 5th position. So that snakes and ladders of being not on the same fuel stop as everybody else, or fuel strategy as somebody else, fuel load as somebody else, has had its effect. They were in 3rd because the 2 AMG powered cars.
Yeah, but watching this stream, Sonic, mate, you are part of the problem, dude.
Stopped a little earlier, lost ground. Now they have enough fuel.
I don't know, man. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold him off.
What looked like an ethereal potential podium for the 36 car. They're down in 5th place. Final stop for ARC Bratislava.
I don't think he's got enough.
As we mentioned a lap ago for the 37 Alpine car. The second car, Rory McDuff, brought that in, took it out. Backham is making his final stop in the Porsche Commander number 23 car.
It's 6 laps left. Can you compare?
6th position.
7,
and there
6?
you are looking
I have
at
44 litres basically. You have to figure that out.
On the right-hand side. And again, sim racers at home, let's say, professional sim racers.
Oh man, I don't know, man.
Fascinating to see. You know, I'm not looking at the kit because I'm not a sim racer. I won't be a sim racer, and so I'm not going, oh, I like his down, he's got this, and he's got
I'll
that,
give you a proper fuel
I'm
next time around, because that was just a rough estimate.
Where they are, if they're in packed into a tiny corner of a spare bedroom, or if they've got a decent sized room and all the other things that go around it. Some are quite fancy and glam, and they've sort of used it up, and some of them are.
Well, the Porsche is quicker on the straights.
There's a radiator under the window a mile long. You know, and actually, again, when I can't remember who it was.
The Porsche is quicker in the straight, so if he catches, just drive by us.
Had a little introductory interview right at the beginning from Indonesia or Malaysia. I can't remember who, but in a very hot climate room, white walls and sort of dark wooden door frames. I thought that is so much, you know, that just.
This guy's having a great time. Look at him.
Not in Europe, but out in a hot climate somewhere.
Thank you, Sam.
I just find it fascinating to. It's like looking in people's front windows as you walk down the road. You know, you always want to see what's inside, what people have done, and that's I think a little insight into the races themselves.
Here we see the number 2 Redline car leading the way. 21 seconds. The gap has extended ever so slightly since we returned.
It's going to be wide Bimmer hours.
James Baldwin.
I'm going to have a nervous wee.
Yeah, from 3rd place, AMG Team Petronas. Now, AMG Team Williams, Nikodem Wisniewski in 4th. Do they need to stop again? And if they do, does that mean that Alpine might get that 3rd place overall? They're not going to get victory unless there's a meteor strike, which I don't think was forecast. So Chris Lullum for Team Redline just sort of brushing the hair out of his face as he comes down the straight. There's always a little moment at Le Mans, even under the pressure of leading the race in the final 20 minutes, where you can just have that little breath and a stretch on the straight. And Chris Lullum just taking that opportunity just to kind of little twitches, you know, the vest tug that you see before the service, you know, or whatever it is, the couple of hops before you run in to deliver a ball. Yeah, everybody's got their little tells, their little twitches, and maybe the thing with the fringe is Chris Lullum's kind of slight distraction, or his little nervous tick when he's really focused in. And you know, that car looking to be 3rd in the championship if nothing else changes, but 2nd right now in the race for the number 20
the Indy 500 is a huge inspiration for my entry into sim racing. Do you have thoughts about iRacing missing the Indy 500 this year?
Yeah, it sucks, man. Thank you for that. I hate that. I hate all this fucking exclusivity shit that's going on, but
this race, as
what can
so
you do?
often, has a big impact in the way that a championship ends up. And here in the Le Mans series, the virtual Le Mans series, it is the final roll of the dice.
Exclamation mark timing, by the way, guys, if you want gaps.
Title completely change hands.
Yeah, said it so many times on this broadcast so far, but for the 20, I mean, they were arguably incredibly fast early on. Maybe they would have beat the one anyway, who knows? But when it comes down to winning a championship, whatever,
so for the leader, it should be 6 laps.
Lucky than fast.
Yeah.
Right, leader of LMP2.
Realistically,
are we going to even make the end of the race?
Porsche and R8G team
on fuel.
They've been incredible. Don't get me wrong, but have they been lucky? They've picked up a lot of penalties today.
Yes.
They've been in trouble a lot today. Yes, they've had their fair share, you know, of bad luck themselves. But realistically, in the overall grand scheme of things, they have.
What does that mean for me?
Of a much larger issue went the way of the one. And then they were in the fortuitous position to pick up the pieces by, you know, just hammering on.
That's
just
important.
On, fair enough. But yeah,
I kind of don't even want to look at this timing actually.
Their issues have been less.
They will not overtake you again before they finish. So I guess there's 6 laps left for you as well.
Just if we go karting.
Well, as with Alex Brundle, the harder I train, the luckier I get. Alex, is that the way it works?
It's sometimes the way it works.
I will give you fuel across the line.
Martin. If you're aiming at sim racing, it might not be the way forward. But if you're aiming at sim racing, like Colin Spork is, who joins me now, he is the Formula Sim World Champion, and I'm sure he's trained incredibly hard to become it. He's also driving the number 36.
They might have burnt their tyres.
You're sitting in fourth
Oh, mate, this is so nerve-wracking. I don't care about Spock!
No, Commander, not around the outside.
Well, it's not that long to go, and William still needs to make a pit stop, so we're looking pretty good for P3.
Thank you, Grant.
Which is quite amazing. It's just about if Baldwin was catching us, but he's not enough, so looking good for a nice podium.
So you've got confidence in the pace of the car. You've got confidence that the AMG Petronas cars are not going to be able to catch you. But you know, you've still got what 20 minutes or so to go. Anything can happen. We've all been there before.
Marla car spotted. Gone.
I mean, of course, always, especially after a 24-hour race. 18 minutes can be long enough for things to happen, but
there's a guy that spun.
Really well. We're race so far.
What happened to him?
Well, it's just about finishing it off right now, and Sasha's doing amazing. So we're just making sure everything goes to plan, and then we would be good.
Talk to us about the experience of driving this race in comparison to other races where you've been so successful. Obviously, you're in the car for a very long time, night, day, multiple teammates. What are the main challenges for you,
next lap, are you able to phone
sim racer of
the straight? I have to ask a question.
Up to speed and getting into the position you are now, ready to take a podium
I will tell you when. I will not be able to hear the answer, but you will be able to just...
I gotta say, the pro drivers have been amazing.
You can give the answer here.
I can mute my TeamSpeak if it's a stream thing.
I
if it's like for a minute, it would be helpful.
No, I'll mute it now then.
Things are always changing with red flags and incidents.
I don't know how to mute it.
It's just very tricky to adapt and make sure you're always in the right, let's say, space, and every decision that you make can be brutal and just finish you off completely. But I think for me personally, it was really tough to make the decision to go to sleep. I think I slept like 2 hours. I just didn't want to let go. Like the moment I wanted to let go, there was Kawanda got disconnected, and I just was like, now I need to stay here. I couldn't let go.
Time for secrets, boys.
I wanted to be with the team, but I needed some sleep.
You believe that if you just stay connected to your rig all night, then it'll stay connected to the internet and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, let's say the moment I was there, we didn't have issues, so I was just hoping, you know, I want to be there. If whatever happens, I can help or whatever. But yeah, the team has been handling amazing. The engineering side has been doing a perfect job calculating things 24 hours long, staying awake 24 hours long. It's really amazing what the guys are doing, and really big props to everyone in the team. We've worked hard for this, and it's looking very well. But still 15 minutes to go, and still 50 minutes to nail, otherwise it's not enough.
Keep supporting the team. Best of luck. Try not to chew all the way through your fingernails and stay chilled out. Be ready though, just in case anything goes on. I'm sure you'll be able to help out, guys. Colin Spork, the training.
It's pronounced cock racing.
And potential podium on the cards for the 36 Alpine.
It was P8, really.
To the 36 car, thanks to Colin, thanks to Alex. They are 4.3.9 from 4.5 seconds off AMG Team Williams, Nikodem Wisniewski. So that is a live one, a live battle for the podium in the final quarter of an hour. And Lewis, that could really go either way. First you've got to catch.
I don't think so. I think it's P9, are we?
But this is a track where you can make a pass.
Do they have to make a splash though? I think
no, Alpine have stopped.
They've already done that.
They stopped, then AMG Team Petronas stopped, and we were questioning whether AMG Team Williams might need to or not.
As far as the numbers that I got
can unmute again?
Earlier, I believe that the three that are at the front, I believe that when they were talking about it, they shouldn't have to.
In which case, does Wisniewski have
I needed to ask a
technical question. 1.8 seconds slower on that last lap than the
Oh my God, the gap is still coming down.
53 is on lap 7 of its stint.
Come on!
The 52 and the 20 are on lap 6 of their stint. The information is here. just need to dissect it.
He does have a strategy.
P9 would be great, man.
13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Ben Constantine.
Yeah, but you know how I do in FSR. I do the slowest possible.
And that's why he's backed off his pace. That's why he's over.
In my mind, I do it in the slowest possible way.
Can give it absolutely
Might not be
everything.
comfortable for you, but it is for me.
It looks like potentially AMG Team Williams are trying to go through without. Now the real
20
issue
second
is,
lead starting the last stint, finish the race, 1 second in front. It's okay.
Let's say it's.
I know this isn't like for like a big position, but this would be like by far my best finish in this race.
13 minutes. That's only 4 laps.
I will give you a fuel check across the line so I know how much I can use.
At the end.
Mate, I'm like, I've got Christian Horner leg right now, big time.
And they will be trying to work out where's the leader, how much can you afford to slow down.
After 24 hours, after 23 hours and nearly 48 minutes, it's 5.5 seconds between us
at his current pace. Will he be
and
able to shut off? Do we
P10.
have 3 laps to go, 4 laps to go, or the crippling 5 laps to go? That's what they'll be working on in AMG Team Williams.
Well, Williams for me, because they need.
I had LMP2 that overtook me in the second of the left in Porsche curves. Just dived.
There's no way they're going to get to the end. The question
That's
is
where I
whether
had
the
it
2 and the
before as well, and I
20 could
straight lined
stretch
it.
I lost like 8 tenths, 9 tenths. But I didn't cut. I didn't want to risk it.
Less than a full
Lost time because of getting dived.
Right. So and so it was for everybody else. But
25.4.
or maybe 3 stops ago, did they do a shorter stop and get themselves track position because they knew that the remaining time would be divided equally into
How many laps to go?
There is this thing, we were talking about this yesterday, is that with endurance races.
What was his last lap time?
With how many stints they do in the
51
LMP, you kind of do this
okay.
actually a lot later than you think. Yeah, but there comes a point in the race where you start running the strategy, but not from the start of the race, because you've got to leave there. And in the LMPs, typically I'd say realistically with about 4 hours to go.
Guys, if you are feeling as on edge as I am,
when you want to make your last
why not hit the like button and subscribe? Hit that bell notification icon. Hit that member button. Hit the Patreon button.
With a timed race, it's very easy.
Do everything. Sign over your house to me, the streamer.
Save a little bit of fuel around Brandon, and you'll be alright. Oh yeah, just save 13.5 kilometers worth of fuel. Where it's like, well, we're in trouble.
And having 12 kilometers left in the tank is not good, because that leaves you somewhere out at the beginning of the Porsche curves, walking home and arriving 20 minutes after the finish of the race.
Get back up 6. Oh my god.
In the GT class, it is more cut and dried because the fuel stops
Chat, I'm fine.
all in the final 55 minutes or 50 minutes or later. And so Timothy Andonovsky,
P3 for Spengler. Nice.
last stop was 6 seconds.
Thank you, Slack.
Indy 500 this year then.
Motorsport Games and RF2.
A couple of laps worth of fuel that was still in the tank, and it takes about 3 seconds to put a lap's worth of fuel in. So they have saved themselves that little bit of extra time.
That's an event that definitely should be an iRacing.
More track position as a result. They're nearly 2 minutes ahead of the second.
You know what I will look forward to doing? Never toggling clutch when I'm lifting and coasting ever again in my life.
Do want to say, by the way, of course,
you know how much it hurts my hand.
In the YouTube chat, I think it's on Twitch as well. You can get involved with the team of the race. There are 4 that have been nominated, which you can get involved in. The 888 is one of them. They've been nominated. I mean, they've done fantastic today. The 89 has been another one. BS competition have been absolutely stellar today. And then the other 2 are in the LMP category, one of which is being our race leader in the number 2. They've done that again. They're leading, they're brilliant. And the second one, we think, is because it's they've been nominated because of the performance they've put on. Colin Spork, part of the team, was the Alpine, the number 36.
Oh my god, this is so insane.
Again, comparatively to where they've been in the season, they've struggled a little bit to get that result together, so they're up in 4th. So you get your chance to vote for the Thrustmaster team of the race. We'll announce that one once we cross.
I swear to God, I'm never going to let Yuri live this down. If we keep this, he's never. I don't care if we disconnect it. All right, he's never living this down.
1300 GMT. So in 7 minutes from now.
Yeah, and there's a battle about to happen, isn't it? There you can see them. They are closing in very, very quickly on a Williams car that is trying its best to get as far as possible.
Last lap for Nikodem Wisniewski. in the Williams that's closest to the camera, 3 minutes 27.2.
He's not catching quick enough at the moment, but anything could happen, man. The prototype's been fucking insane this race, so.
Quicker, and we believe has fuel to go. Now, the Williams.
Oh my God. See, this is what I mean, man. This is what I mean when I say these. The cars aren't real, but the racing is.
Mind feeling Jimmer. I've got another 10 hours in the 17.5 hours shift.
Williams didn't.
The feel of adrenaline is. The excitement is. And just for a bit, we can forget about what a shit show this race has been. Just for a little bit.
We'll get them all the way to the end. What we do know is that Alpine that
and enjoy these last 8 minutes. Then we can go back to being grumpy again afterwards.
Drop back down the order, but they've now, as AMG Team Petronas then had to stop after them. They've dropped behind Alpine, and so they
6.3
on track, and they're separated by what is now less than a second. So Sasha Lehmann is less than what
I know I'm
he's
not
taking
fast in
out
this
of,
stint, right? But
of
considering the
car.
fact that I
Right,
have
AMG Williams car in each lap behind, in theory, by
okay.
the end of this lap, he should be in third
I know
place.
I'm not fast in this stint, right? But considering the fact that I had like 2 hours of sleep, and since then I've done 5 stints, I don't know how the hell I am doing all of these 51 zeros.
Yeah, but they've still got 7 minutes. They've still
I
got
just
at
did
least
51
2
flat,
laps.
like the entire stint.
It's inevitable.
Come on, man. 7 minutes left.
He doesn't want to be fifth if they can be fourth.
Go fast. I don't think they can.
Thanks, Sue. The cars aren't real, but the anxiety is. New poster.
Even if they get 10 laps.
People will be like, Mo, did you have a fight?
11th and maybe a 12th.
Why are your eyes so black?
Sasha Lehmann is definitely driving this car's wheels off.
That's what happens when you upset Florian, mate. Comes and beats you up.
They'll have the same strategy details that Ben's looking at now. They will know when the car stops, and they'll see from the lap times that he is
2 laps
desperately saving fuel. He's not a second a lap slower every lap of the stint.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's almost like.
So I can do 2 more laps.
If Wisniewski's going to go to the end,
after I cross this line,
saving enough fuel. You know this is not going to be an easy pass.
Jesus, guys, give me a heart attack.
So you want to catch up to him as quick as possible. So
7 seconds. Come on, boys.
I don't know if you watched Wednesday.
Mappin's just styling them now, man.
Yeah, you know
he's just styling.
You know, he'd be ragging it anyway. He's driving the wheels off the car anyway.
That's the car there.
He's going to catch him.
Also me driving 5 hours.
He may not get a chance to pass.
Wiggly.
But I bet he's going to have a.
They're going to come across us soon. I think that's us there.
So where does Wisniewski go? I mean, what he needs to do now is he knows that Wisniewski is going to try and cruise and coast. So force him to brake later.
Yeah, he's going to take defensive line here. It's got to be the outside for Lehmann.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
Deep.
Oh my God!
I did sit hit as he was moving. He did lock the front right just a touch there.
Yep.
The attempt.
That was never going to work, but I respect it immensely. That was awesome. A great.
that was awesome, mate. Yeah.
And then Wisniewski goes to the pits at the end of the lap.
Yeah.
Kicking yourself.
And then AMG Team Petronas.
I'm just checking. Do you want me to do what I asked you about, just in case, or not?
I think that would have been a very healthy wake-up call for Sasha Lehmann to be like, okay, we'll try again. We won't
Marla
make
spotted.
it risky next time.
Yeah, James Baldwin is going very fast, as Ben says, in fifth
Do not
place.
touch the Marla.
Team Petronas car is actually quicker than Sasha Lehmann on the last lap. And Lehmann was in clear air, catching Nikodem Wisniewski. So the battle
That's the gap.
for
There
third continues. The Marla BMW is in between them, but not for long as they rush down towards the Porsche curves. And I think now there is plenty of time. There is James Baldwin in fifth place. I say it's 4 minutes 30 at the end of 24 hours. There is time. Where is the leader? Have they completed?
You know this didn't make. I'm not touching the pit entry line with a barge pole.
I think they might have to do
I hope we're fine.
Nowhere near it.
Dash on the penultimate lap, both the second and the 20. Of course, they don't want to do it on different points.
Well, I managed to stay the leader anyway.
Whoa. Back up a minute. Back the bus up. What do you mean the 20? How many laps are they into the stint?
9. They're the same as the 2. But they don't want to show their hand, So they're both pushing it as long as possible.
You mean, because of how late they're leaving it. So yeah, we might actually have to come into the pit lane this lap just to get one.
Are we going to be good?
Which will be a stationary time of
we need 2 laps of fuel now.
5 seconds.
Wisniewski onto his 10th lap in this stint, so this has to be it now.
That's still a nearly 40-second stop, and they're only 60 seconds
Oh my
ahead.
God.
Yeah, I think they're okay, but the thing is, Rosenqvist does the 2 pits, and he'll fall behind the 20, so he doesn't really want to do that.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that, okay, so if you're Josh Rogers, now I know how good Josh Rogers is at
Are we good on fuel?
We've discussed this more and more time and time again.
He's coming back at him, my God, look at this!
They might have saved enough fuel. Now, as much as they are both safe to Wisniewski, the 2 is not safe to the 20.
No, exactly.
Like, how about Petzer?
Last
What
time
position?
round,
Williams, number 5.
Sasha Lehman, 3 minutes 28.7. Baldwin, 3 minutes 27.1.
That's a shame.
3:28.2 for Wisniewski. That's the
a shame.
for third.
Is he driving or
potentially
not
might run out
driving?
of fuel. 3:25.1 for Lullum and 3:25.6. So they are potentially maybe questionable for fuel, but lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than the guys
saving, are
behind.
they?
They're not remotely. If they were doing 3:28s and the guys in third place battle were doing 3:25s, then yes, they're saving, but they're not. They're going 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Coming to the pits, are they coming jinking?
No. Okay, I will say is that we'll be like.
Like, you remember at Singapore once when I had like in 2018 that I pushed like mad with 5 laps ago and got like millimeter from the wall.
Yeah.
You want me to do the same now?
Thank you.
Knowing that they wouldn't lose third position.
Or wouldn't lose second.
Or wouldn't lose second.
Yeah,
8 seconds now. Come on.
Win it. So on to it should.
You
be
remember
the
what I'm
final
talking
lap.
about, right?
Time will have run out by the time Chris Lullum gets to the line.
No,
in the
next lap is the last lap.
car. However, it is the last lap of Le Mans, and as we well know, absolutely nothing is yet safe.
Don't remind me.
The 20
before Indy.
I know.
Martin's he's chomping at the bit for a bit of drama.
I'm not, but
not this one, but the next one is the last.
This is the battle continuing between these two then. This is for third place, AMG versus Alpine.
Oh, don't send it there.
Send it there.
I realised I was struggling in Sector 3 when you were telling me.
It's not the last lap for these guys. There is one
Didn't
more
rotate the
to
car
go.
well enough in
Does
Indy.
AMG Team Williams have the fuel to make the
I was
final
being too
lap?
careful.
Ben says,
can't believe they can do.
I would kind of agree with Ben. I don't see how it can save an extra, because the stints aren't long enough to save an extra
Oh my God. I think it's going to happen, boys.
Which is what they would need to do over the entire stint. Now, don't get me wrong, they're running quite slow. They're doing very well to save us what they can, but I'm not sure. But again, same as what we were saying before with the other teams, it will be less of a gamble to them because they will know what fuel numbers they're running now and how much they need to get through what they've got in the tank. They will know whether they can make it or not right now, so we'll be able to see if they're going to come into the pit lane and release.
So these guys have another lap to do.
They are not.
Oh,
the battle is on.
they are saving big time, man. Can they make that? That's going to be an insane finish.
A couple of seconds off the pace of the leaders. But Chris Lullum, Josh Rogers are safe at the moment, unless the fickle finger of fate strikes. AMG, Williams and Alpine Esports. This is the battle for the final podium spot in Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, and traffic.
I have to keep you on your toes.
Be a part of it, down into the S's. Is that the 888 Ferrari in front? No, it's not.
I will say, for
it's got to work.
Oh my goodness, as we cut away back up towards Indianapolis. Let's see if it
takes him off. The Ferrari made contact with the back of the Alpine, and they are
I'm testing the alternate strategy for 2024.
Under threat.
Yeah, that was.
So you are aware there will probably be a slow LMP somewhere around the track. Just went in the barrier.
Did the Ferrari tag him?
You know where it is?
You have to go for it. It's the last
after Tetra.
You have to go for it.
Not at Tetra.
You have to go for it.
Not at Tetra. There's no break.
He had to get by the traffic. He got tagged from behind by the Ferrari because he ducked in too close. The Ferrari couldn't slow down.
What?
It happens all the time with LMP2 cars, as we know. You know, they pull in front at the last minute in the chicane in front of a GT car and stop dead as far as the GT car is concerned.
They're making noises about that.
Here is the leader, Chris Lullum for Team Redline, halfway around, 3/4 of the way around the
checkered flag.
We are out of time. The checkered flag.
There you go, car 2 wins it.
Team Redline, car number 2. They didn't make it onto the front row of the grid. They make it onto the top step of the podium, and there is the delight in the man who takes victory in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual for 2023.
Where are we?
The number 2 car takes
Where
the
are we on track?
flag. And we are
just
waiting for Josh Rogers and Porsche.
We've got a while yet.
Number 20, there is Josh Rogers, makes cucumbers look hot. That is a man who perhaps would have preferred to be on the top step of the podium, but has added.
He looks fucked off, mate.
By the way, I still half a penalty point distance.
We're still going.
Good job.
We're still going. We haven't finished
Thank
yet.
you, Mick.
So you even have margin.
Thank you, Mick.
He will take the title with his teammates.
Make my life harder
in the
next
20 car.
time.
Didn't like it,
Well,
to be honest.
Later as well, you know, when you spent 24 hours trying to win the race and you're 21
Still not finished. Come on.
back, and you've had a couple of drive-throughs,
I mean,
you look at yourself and you go,
your team today is quite clear, no?
Exactly that.
I think Labour, by the way, might, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like
he's lost 8 seconds.
Don't care. Show the drivers that are still driving. This race is not just about one fucking class. Read!
To drive with a car that is damaged like that.
Nikodem Wisniewski for AMG Team Williams on his way through the final sector of the race as well. There is the leader.
Please, Brabham, kill me once this race.
Don't
do it to me again.
How did he hang on, Ben? This is his how manyth lap on this tank of fuel?
This will be 12 laps. That's really, really incredible. And to be defending as well, to have that pressure from behind, put the car in the right place, and save fuel.
Where is Samala Bias?
From the Alpine Esports car. Great drive from our previous champion.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Nikodem Wisniewski brings AMG Team Williams into 3rd place on the podium, clearly sending Alex Brundle.
Where the GTEs are finishing?
The difference, and
they've just ignored it. They've just completely ignored it.
Alpine Esports car. And how far behind is Jack Baldwin? It is going to be something like about 10 seconds. We transfer our attention now to the GTE
Oh, there you go.
class.
Okay.
Kevin Siggy has crossed the
You got there in the end.
second. Bruno Spengler has taken the flag in 3rd.
Oh no, they just didn't show it.
Who are now champions.
They just didn't show it. They just didn't show it.
I don't know how we managed to finish P9 with all those issues.
Timotei doing the final stint for R8G. The car that started on pole wins the race.
I think
no drama in
without
between.
the last one,
Obviously,
so our last actually, so ever.
But there is the 71 car.
Pretty much after the night, or in the night from then on, from my triple on, we were quite clean and did quite well.
Have we finished?
Just a, yeah. You know, I genuinely thought
P9!
guys I had a disconnection and I forgot.
Genuinely
Genuinely wanted to say it.
There you go!
Fair enough. Also for Williams, just want to say about that car, it is the 3rd Le Mans podium.
P9!
We've already had 3.
Oh, come on, team Redline need to work on their donut formation flying here. They need to be nose to tail, don't they? I think that's probably a lot harder to do in the virtual. I mean, it's tough in the real world, but even harder in the virtual world.
To be fair, maximum
so
today.
Away and
with all of the shit,
well, the team
maximum
told us they
for
didn't
us
want to put in
without the one
final stint
LMP2 one in my stint would have been chance at 30, chance at 8 basically.
So Timotei Andonovski has the
we're really
pleasure,
close.
the privilege, the delights, the zigzag emotions. Come on, check the mirrors of zigzagging across the line to win
the who died
in the GT category.
They still got
he looks pretty happy with that too.
Oh, so he is.
Very good results.
Okay.
For a lot of teams.
How did that work?
More so than our race winners, of course. But a few very good ones up and down the order.
Okay, so it was Redline, Co and Williams, Alpine, Mercedes,
really happy with 4th place.
P9.
Co and Burst.
Oh my god. P9, mate. I'm so happy at that. That's a good job, guys. I feel like
Jimmy, it's all of our firsts, I think.
Say again?
For all of us, it's our first points in them all.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's my best result over the 3 years I've taken part, and I think given how competitive this field is, you know, I'm pretty chuffed for that.
Yeah, I think last year we finished 12 or 13, something like that.
11? No?
Basically, painfully just out of the points by like half a lap.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I think everyone has taken the checkered flag from race control. Thank you for the help you've given us on that side. It was tough. Electronically speaking, very tough. But anyway, thank you for staying with us. It may have not been perfect, but it was the best that we can deliver. And championship is over, and hope to be back next year. And we'll see each other around. Our best wishes from race control.
Emotional as always, is Eduardo. But yeah, there you go. Amazing. Well, guys, there you go. 24 hours of Le Mans over. We finished P9. A PB for us, a PB for me, I should say. I didn't race with these guys last year. Top 10 I was happy with. P9's even nicer. And as the guy said, given how we were sort of battered around overnight with DCs and whatnot, I think it's probably the best we could have done. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. I think I drove okay. I'm happy with my driving, for the most part. I mean, this is such a competitive race that, yeah, I'm honestly happy with that. I know, like, P9 isn't, like, uber position, but, like, it's such a competitive field, and I don't see myself in this field, so to see us manage that, I mean, obviously, big shout out to Mohammed, to Kaylee, to Bajdska, they're all amazing, all drove really well. And of course to the guys at BS and Marla for letting us come racing.
I figured out what your question was anyway, because they started saying that in the chat.
What, that I was asking about if we had to save a liter?
Yeah, they started saying you need to do the full in-lap.
I got halfway around the
Awesome
Good
work,
enough.
everybody.
Thank you, James. Very sneaky. I knew it was going to be something like that. I knew it was going to be something sneaky.
They changed the rules like every 5 minutes, so I didn't know.
And most importantly, chat, most importantly,
I think you just can't escape until the last person crosses the line or something like that. But even if you run out of fuel, you just park somewhere.
Yeah.
Most importantly, we bravely, on pace alone, defeated Max Verstappen once again.
Please no, Pantorino Jimma.
We love you, Jimmer, we do. Well done, lads.
Thank you, TTF. But I did want to talk about this at the end, because we can't ignore it. The end of that race was super exciting. I really enjoyed it. It was really cool. But we cannot ignore this race and how it went down. Now, in terms of, like, DDoS stuff, I'm not really sure what to say about that. Like, I'm not really very well versed on how that stuff works and how you can defend against it, so maybe me talking about it isn't the best thing, but I feel like there should have been some security there. 2 red flags, both being about an hour and a bit in general. Please RF2 no still having random disconnects, still having
Super
random freezes.
Cheers.
Stuff like that. That sort of stuff isn't good enough for an event like this, and I don't know. Is RF2 suitable to host this sort of race? I honestly think probably not. But again, like, I find it so difficult with RF2 because I do genuinely like driving it when it isn't this weird mess that it seems to have become. I don't know. It's really hard to. Yeah, really hard to like have a good grasp of that.
Please no
But every sim has their issues.
Breaking news.
Always good to remember that.
AM champion beats F1 champion night in 24 hours Le Mans.
But yeah, it's a tough one. I do want to approach it because I do think it needs talking about, and I do think what Max said in this little mini rant is a lot of that stuff is relevant. So yeah, we'll see. But anyway, I think I'm going to end off the stream there. Thank you all so much for watching and coming on this journey. If that wasn't enough for you, next weekend, make sure you subscribe, by the way. 24 hours of Daytona in iRacing. So we can do a back-to-back comparison. Can't we? Easy. Thank you again to all my team for carrying me through the race. Thank you to Marla for inviting me along. I love racing with you guys, so thank you for the invite, and for BS Competition, and to Florian over there for being a bit of a hero and organising everything. Thank you to the guys at Le Mans Virtual for letting me actually sort of rebroadcast the race as well. I think it's a thank you to Batch. I will say thank you again, though, because the guy was a goat and kept us alive overnight. And yeah, thank you for all tuning in. Love having you here. But I want to go and just absolutely launch myself into bed now. But take care. Have an awesome rest of the weekend, guys. Love you very much. See you next.